situation.
Finally, the hogs are coming back. Yes.
Okay.
Famously. Be nice to the hog, please. We want them. We want them in here.
Okay, we're getting... There's some serious stuff happening here. Okay, I hate this part of the map because I'm just gonna end up dying.
We miss them. I miss them so much.
Oh, you didn't play the second one? Oh, I hope I don't ruin it. I'm gonna keep this on low, dude. Because we're getting up to a serious point in the game, and I hate fucking running back. And I get so confused by everything. I don't know how to read maps, dude. Okay. Okay, how's it going?
We could just make sure that fucking we don't fill the agency roles, and that's it. Unban AK212212. He's a hog from my chat who's unbelievably good content. He once tried to argue Republicans have bigger dicks and that's why I should vote for Trump. Let's see what we banned him for. He probably said some transphobic shit. What?
Let's just see if there's anything I missed down here.
Their account has been lasered off the platform, sir. They're gone.
This is the fire thing.
Gigaban. Anyway, speaking of Trump W's as always, because you guys know I'm the #1 Trump
I don't like
defender,
feeding
Trump
the hogs. I'm not gonna lie.
In the building, okay?
No, I'm worried I'm gonna get killed by these bears.
Posting a dub.
Let's bring him in. Joining us now is the 45th President of the United States, GOP presidential frontrunner, Donald Trump. Mr. President, thanks so much for joining us this morning.
I got to pee real quick.
Good morning.
So, Mr. President, let's talk about the reaction from the Supreme Court. You
let's see if there's anything else I can connect.
Decision from the liberal wing, the conservative wing. They said that you deserve to be on the ballot and voters get the right to decide. What's your reaction to that?
So basically, I don't want to ruin too much of this, but it's not actually. It's really what's cool about this is you can not have played the first one and not really understand what's going on in this one. I'm just seeing if there's anything I forgot. I guess that's what's nice about this, but it's also just a bit like fuck. You know.
Jamie Raskin took about a 3-second break and then says, "I'm moving on legislation." Listen to what the congressman said.
I am working with a number of my colleagues, including Debbie Wasserman-Schultz and Eric Swalwell, to revive legislation that we had to set up a process by which we could.
But yeah, it's not going to give much away, thankfully.
Committed insurrection is disqualified by Section 3 of the 14th Amendment.
Okay, we've been up here. We've done all of this. LB, don't worry. Oh no. I'm not stressed about the spoilers. If like, I'm more stressed about where's your TO. No, you just need to play the first game first. But there aren't now. I'm just scared to go out because it's like dark and the fucking bears are there. Let me just see if there's anything else I can collect in here. Okay. I was trying to do this. I'm here. So I guess I need to turn right, like keep to the right side, and I need to get here. Oh, but it's through there. So I guess it just goes straight and get into this cave here, and then it'll come out, and it should be there. Because you want to get here. Look, I'm so bad with maps, dude. Or you could just go around, I guess. Like, right. And around. Oh, I'm scared. Okay, is there anything else up here that I didn't get?
Mr. President, you know I know all too well about that. It's my home state of Texas is the epicenter. I want to get your reactions to Super Tuesday. You're going to be competing in a lot of states. A lot of folks say you will get close if you win, like the polling suggests tonight, to getting the nomination. But the question is,
I don't think you'll get many spoilers from this. We're past the point really where you'll be able to like see very different stories. In the beginning, you could have got some. Do we have, are there any nodes I can collect before I go out? Fuck, this is just not fun, dude.
We won North Dakota.
Oh, they are.
With a great governor, by the way. But we really look at it, Biden. We think we're going to be very well unified. Where I've never seen enthusiasm. Look, I did great in the first one. I did great in the second one. I got millions and millions of more votes in 2020 than I did in 2016. We're going to do it a lot.
And I've already checked in here like 3 times. Okay, alright.
Doing VDARE propaganda again. This administration is both importing voters and creating a national security threat from unvetted illegal immigrants. It is highly probable the groundwork is being laid for something far worse than 9/11, just a matter of time.
Wow, dude.
281,000 likes on this. We are so cooked.
There are many bots, dude. Okay, now we're out of bounds. Where's
administration admits flying 320,000 migrants
Where did I
secretly
put
into
the
the U.S.
thing?
to reduce the number of crossings of the border has
Oh,
national
it's here.
security vulnerabilities.
sort of just want to run through. But the issue is that there are bears.
He turned
Is
off the
there anything
community
here?
notes on his posts. Yeah, nice. I love that the richest guy on the planet is just like an outward fascist. Ironic because he is an immigrant, and at a certain point was an undocumented immigrant. As a matter of fact, he literally was a visa overstayer during college. So, you know, but obviously that's different because he's sick and cool.
A lot of bad things
Oh, Bezos
We wanna go
back
this
on
way
top,
and
my
around.
king. Thank you, Bezos.
happen there, whether you like it
Okay.
or not. And we're going to do phenomenal.
We're gonna
we have
run.
a secure election. We're going to make it secure. It's going to be more secure than the biggest threat we have. And we have more enthusiasm now than we had in 2020 or 2016, and that's a lot.
Here's what Nikki Haley said about her chances, because in the polls, as you know...
Now, why am I running with
a
a flare, you
Twitter is
say?
so
Well,
busted, dude. Twitter is a complete right-wing shithole.
Well,
just complete right-wing.
because there are bears.
Joe Biden by a wider margin. Oh, you're closing the gap. Here's what she
That's
said yesterday.
incorrect.
Here's what she said yesterday.
If you look at any of the general election polls, Joe Biden and Donald Trump are even. I think there was a Fox poll today. He was up by 2. That's still margin of error. Between last week's poll and this week's poll, I defeat Joe Biden by up to 18 points.
Oh, God.
Your reaction to her as a general
Here.
election, she thinks she's a better general election candidate. Your thoughts?
So we ran here, and I
It's
think
a
we
lie. She
go
knows it's a lie. Look,
straight.
I have beaten Biden in every poll taken for the last 3 months.
We just
she
came out
loses
here.
to Biden in the polls. She had one fake poll that was taken a long time ago, actually before she started on her little kick, and where she was up. Nobody
Oh,
ever heard
this
of the
is so
poll.
confusing, dude.
Nikki Haley loses to Biden. She will lose to Biden.
That's not true. That's literally not true. I think if Nikki Haley somehow won, the Republican primary, which is not going to happen, obviously, clearly is not happening. But if she had,
Oh, it's there.
in an alternate universe, like I think Nikki Haley would defeat Joe Biden. I think Trump beats Biden too, but I think Nikki Haley would also beat Biden by wider margins, as a matter of fact.
We found it.
I don't know why he's saying like, nope, Nikki Haley would be. Would Haley even be even worse or less than Trump? Why are we doing lesser evil between two of the same evil? Why are people on the left always so predisposed
We need you,
to this
Nikki.
like harm reduction argument that we're literally doing lesser evil voting arguments between Nikki Haley and Donald Trump at this point? Doesn't that kind of destroy the whole principle behind like lesser evil voting? Yeah, will Hitler be less evil than super mega evil Hitler?
There we go. We got it.
Sam must have stashed this here.
The polls are saying
She was
that.
gonna use
And
this
then when you add
antibacterial
other
agent to
candidates,
neutralize
she
the
loses
bacteria.
by even more. We are winning against Biden in every single poll, and everybody knows it. Whether it's the New York Times, whether it's any of the polls that have been taken over the last 3 months. So she's misrepresenting that fact, and it's fine. It's not going to matter because I think we're going to win every state tonight.
I did see her up in a poll, double digits, but you are up You're up by 4 in the New York Times.
Okay, now how the
You're
fuck
up
do
by
we get
2
out
in
of
the
here?
Fox News, the Wall Street Journal 2, and the CBS poll 4.
But Mr. President, can we get your reaction to?
Wait, like
it looks
here?
like you're winning with Hispanics based on the polling that we got yesterday. You've gained ground.
We have to go all the way around.
With his no, he's not. The fuck?
Okay, we're there.
Yeah. Trump is not winning with his
All right, let's
Hispanics,
see.
bro. What are you talking about?
fucking
Unless you're
hate
talking
this.
about fucking Florida only or some shit. Sir, we got this poll that says you're winning with Hispanics, Cuban only in Florida, and Venezuelan
hold on.
only in Florida. Like, the fuck do you mean?
There we go. How is
Bro,
it?
this nation has hella Hispanics, okay? The fuck are we talking about? They don't just live in Texas and Florida, okay? Now,
I have
Biden
no
is
idea how to
definitely
get out of here.
performing worse with Latino voters this time around than even before.
But we'll
And it
try
is
our
not
best.
Simply because of he is in the New York Times poll. Wait, what? The Siena poll shows him losing? No way.
Okay, I think this is correct.
What? Trump support among Latinos grows. New York Times Siena College poll found President Biden losing support among Latino
Oh, we
voters
could
who now
actually just
account
go
for
back
50%
and
of
deliver
eligible
the
voters
answer,
at
or we
record
could see
high,
what's.
yes. No, Trump's increasing his margins with Hispanics, but he's not winning. The number of Latino eligible voters has increased steadily for 2 decades to more than 36 million. Yes, this is true. Historically, roughly a third of Latino voters have supported Republicans in presidential elections, but there have been examples of greater Republican success in 2004 with George W. Bush.
Oh, nope. Well, I don't know where the fuck I'm going, but I'm
For much of
going.
that campaign, many Democrats presume that Mr. Trump's anti-immigration rhetoric and policies will repel Latino voters, and in much of the country, that presumption proved to be true. Exactly.
I'm fucking going,
Roughly
dude.
60% voted for Mr. Biden, and Latino voters helped flip Arizona to Democrats in 2020. I've talked about this quite a bit. They were also central to the party's ability to hold on in Nevada.
I hate
in
this.
both that election and the 2022 Senate race.
Oh, fuck.
But Latino voters in South Texas and Florida were also key for Republican wins. Yes, this is also true.
Shit. Oh, no, dude.
Where does this say? Since 2020, both Republicans and Democrats have scrambled to shore up support with Latino voters. No, they haven't. Democrats have not. Republicans have, and they have always consistently tried to get the Latino vote to maintain their control over Texas, which
Bro, I have no idea where I am.
Been able to, and largely because they seem to see the group as critical to creating a winning majority. Mr. Trump does not need the support of a majority of Latinos to win in November, merely peeling off a few percentage points. Yes. What happened? The poll shows Mr. Trump edging out
Where
Biden
the
among
fuck
Hispanic
am I,
voters,
dude?
with 46% supporting the former president and 40% favoring Mr. Biden. But because Latino voters make up 50%, no, this is ridiculous. That's insane.
I hate this so much. I hate this
is due
fucking
to
game.
Young Latino voters not voting or not showing up in the polls.
Oh, okay,
and
I'm
will
here.
most likely not vote. That's it. He's gotten 40% now? Jesus Christ. I mean, 46%? That's insane. Just realized that Biden's new opinion on the border will almost surely ensure Biden will lose Arizona election versus Trump, huh? Hassan, I just realized? You think I just realized that? Go watch any of my videos on this exact issue. I said specifically
I'm gonna lose my
Latino
mind.
voters, Hispanic voters in fucking Arizona, Hispanic voters in Nevada.
Where
are
am I?
younger And are also. Oh, you're saying you just personally realized. Okay. Yeah, no, I have said that.
Oh,
I've said that
robotics,
before.
fire robotics.
I've been saying that.
Where am I? Fuck the snow fogs, dude.
At what point do we say it's actually over? Unless Biden does a revolution, he's cooked. No, he doesn't need to do a revolution to win in the upcoming election. He's not. He needs just to do the exact opposite of what he's doing. He needs to hammer on abortion. He needs to fucking hammer on democracy. And he needs to not do this fucking right-wing immigration shit and keep talking about how immigration is the backbone of this fucking nation.
Yeah, fuck off, dude.
He is losing He is losing younger voters. He is hemorrhaging demographics that he desperately needs to hold on to that literally gave him a victory over Trump last election cycle, but he's so hyper-focused on... he is so hyper-focused on maintaining...
I hate this so much.
That, like, a reactionary approach to immigration will allow the moderates to continue voting in favor of Biden in the upcoming election cycle.
Where am I going?
Lost sight of a winning coalition.
Okay, we're close now.
It feels like they are literally... It feels like they are literally trying to lose. Like, desperately trying to fucking lose. It is the same style of hopelessness.
Bro.
It is the same style.
Please, can I just go back?
That many British people experienced, maybe even to a worse degree. In
Oh,
the
there we
Labour
go.
Party
Okay.
in the UK.
I made it.
I've been screaming about this for months now. And
Oh
for
my
some
God.
reason, you know,
Oh,
there's
fuck,
just no
dude.
one listening on the Democratic Party side.
Hi, go man. Fuck.
I am a South Texan Latino. Most of this is actually the fault of small
Bro,
town
this is the
politics.
worst part of the game. It's just like, I can't
It's not
stand
just that.
dealing in this environment,
The
okay?
GOP has done a shit ton of outreach to Latino
And
voters
it's
in
snowy
Texas.
and it's
GOP
shit.
Texas
And now I
is
have
the
to get it,
model.
make another snow
Now,
fox. Fuck these fucking snow foxes,
Latino
dude. I hate them.
voters are not
Worst
a
vehicle in the game.
coherent, unitary block of voters. Obviously,
Okay.
depending on what Latino voters we're talking about, they have very different opinions. Like Cubans, very
Holy
right-wing,
moly, dude.
okay? Cuban American voters,
I always
very
make like
right-wing.
5 of them every single time I
Venezuelan
play. I
American
fucking hate
voters,
them.
also pretty right-wing.
What kind of eyes do you on this?
Yes, I am, because while I am not Latino,
I am not sure what it is for.
Go ahead and share it. Can't hurt.
Sick, dude.
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
I love this game though. Okay, let's fill up my coffee, dude. So now we've got this antidote. Let me just put this antidote away somewhere safe. There we go, dude. Let's not get it confused with anything. Okay, now I've got a lot of shit that I need to do. I'm taking all of this back with me. We're going back, boys. Right now. I don't care. I fucking hate this place. I hate this stupid fucking place, dude. Let me just go load up the ship. I hate this stupid place. Please let me go back to Texas. I hate this stupid place. Okay, hold on. Let me just give you this. You guys can actually have all of this, because that's good to make shit with. Let me put a zoom back on. They're just min-maxing?
even with the most right-wing way to frame that issue, Latino voters, even older Latino voters,
True.
say they are in favor of more social safety nets. But the Democrats don't offer any real social safety nets. Okay? Latino voters also, especially older Latino voters, because this is an aging, this is a...
Okay,
this is
we'll
a
come
very
back and get the
young,
rest in a second.
group of voters overall. But of course, as the years go by, you age more and more and more. Latino voters overall, especially older Latino voters, are very right-wing on social issues. Okay? So if one side hammers on the right-wing, anti-abortion, we are the ones who are like anti-trans, like if the Republican Party captures at least some stuff for Latino voters, especially older ones, and the Democratic Party loses them on the social issues, especially the older voters, and can't capture them.
Yeah,
on
I'm gonna
the
be playing this for the
economic
next 3
issues,
hours
which
very
they would
easily.
be willing to vote for.
I'm a little bit locked in right now. We're gonna do all the things. What's that over
Of
there?
course they're gonna go and fucking vote for the Republican Party, because the Republican Party is at least offering them something that they
Is that
care
the bridge?
about.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
The Democratic Party is not. The Democratic Party is not giving them anything.
Alright, let's offload this. I fucking love this game.
Especially with the Hispanic
Okay.
population being the Hispanic population being considered white in this country more and more every election cycle as a consequence of like the shifting demographics in this country.
Did I plant you? I think I did.
White as the dominant in-group has to maintain a majority in this country. So year over year, we add on different demographics under the white umbrella, and Latinos are under the white umbrella now. Okay? The younger they are, the closer they are to immigrating into the country, the less white they
We're going home, everyone.
the less white they perceive themselves. But once you're second generation, third generation, full-blown assimilation has occurred already, and you are under the white category.
Then we're gonna come back here.
Latinos that have been living here that are direct descendants of undocumented migrants.
Look at that. That's creepy as fuck,
do
dude.
not see themselves as brown or Latino or and can vote like white people do. Okay.
Just get all the supplies.
So, for those guys, if you don't give them something to vote for, they're gonna go and vote for the other guy that's giving them something to vote for.
Okay. I don't think there's anything left in FBI robotics. We went in there like 3 times.
That harass me or data, that'll make them stop. Everyone gets so touchy about this, bro. I get it, okay? I know. The way you are perceived by a police officer is not what we're talking about right now. Do you understand? According to the Pew Center of Research,
that's all we needed.
Almost 60% of Latinos see themselves as white. Like, that's how they identify. That's what they self-identify. And I already said, younger Latino voters do not, for the most part. Okay?
All right, let's head off, everyone. We're missioning.
Younger Hispanic voters, younger Latino voters do not see themselves as white. But the more far removed you are from coming into the country, you're a second generation, third generation, or even fourth generation, then you are captured in the polls as a white voter, and you tend to vote like white voters do. I'm trying to help people comprehend the inconsistency and get people to understand.
What game is this?
Why
oh fuck! I didn't change the game.
Play out the way that they do.
Subnautica below 0. It's a fucking sick game. Play the first one first. I'm gonna play the first one after this because I'm doing it backwards and this one's easier, and I'm too much of a pussy to play the first one on stream because I will fucking scream, and I hate having to go to areas with the Leviathans there because like it just fucks you, dude. Like it does just fuck you. Bro, I was speaking to a speedrunner like in his chat around about a year ago.
And that's where the European white part of it comes from the
about this, like if he ever got over like the fear of the Leviathans, and he was like, nope. Motherfucker speedruns the game, dude.
You talk a big talk. So I hope you're ready to step up.
Okay.
Dude, I'm doing it. I'm gonna be I am.
We
I'm gonna be the president.
You, Nikki, no doubt.
I'm not old enough, but it's okay. We'll make it work.
Okay, and then you get back.
One group of people in this country that will never be perceived as white, whether it is the model minority or whatever, is black people. Okay, whiteness as a social political construct is determined by how far away you are from blackness. Okay, that's it. Other than black people, everyone will inevitably be captured under the umbrella of white in the dominant in-group.
Bro, you're right there, dude. What the fuck?
The reason why I said model minorities because like Asians across the board are also seen as the model minority in general.
All right, we're gonna first fix this bridge, so we're gonna be coming back here soon, and then we're going to be
the U.S. are counted as white. Yes.
You guys already own it in below 0. Well.
I'm white. I'm a white guy. Okay?
It's really good. I fucking love these games. They're my favorite of all time. Indie game, actually. Well, it was. I think it's no longer indie. But Subnautica initially was an indie game. It's made with such love. You can see like how much. It's fucking incredible. It's a journey. Like, I encourage you not to look at spoilers and not to give up. Unless you really are struggling to find the golden path.
Don't you think Jeremy Corbyn
There's a new Subnautica coming out as well.
Showed liberals that they need to move further right and abandon any sort of leftism. Yeah, dude, it was really good. That's definitely the lesson. That's definitely the takeaway. That's why the Lib Dems do so well in the UK. Famously. Because there is a liberal party. The Labour is supposed to be the left party. Why is it that why is it that fucking Lib Dems do so poorly?
All right.
When I was applying for university back in high school, every time I got the race question, I didn't feel identified, so I asked my counselor what I should push. She told me to select white. I didn't understand. I still don't. Anyway,
Can't wait for Subnautica 2. This is Subnautica 2. This is Subnautica 2. This is the second one. But they're making a new one. A completely new one.
Last
and it's going to be lit.
For the Lib Dems when they were in coalition with the Tories in 2010.
Okay. How are you doing, dude? Alright.
My cousin, who is third generation Mexican and at only 18, he's the most reactionary person. He said today, El Salvador prisons are justified. Yeah. The other side of the story. Oh, Ryan and Jeremy are ready.
Materials.
We're gonna move on from like domestic politics and talk about Palestine a little bit.
Okay.
And
Misk Metal? Sure, dude.
Let me start a freaking.
Okay, we need to get some gold. We don't have any gold.
And a video call.
Let's go get some gold.
And then
we'll go around the. Wait, I
just realized it's 1 p.m. Hello, guys.
We'll wait till we see you. We'll just put it in here.
Oh wow! Thank you.
See, I'm now young again, man. I have my Discord.
There it is. You
I have a Discord, he says.
The youngest guests I have. You're
More
also the youngest
too,
Hasanabe
please.
heads, really. Because my community is gotten progressively older and older as I don't do enough TikToks.
Maybe the new one is...
So
No, well, I thought this was... Anyway.
Is the neat little pocket. Okay,
you got your Nicorette?
I have my Nicorette, but I've also started zinning, which is apparently very right-wing to do, but... That's my new thing is the.
We're gonna go get some gold.
Zin. But
we're gonna go explore the sea monkey nest.
Is unfamiliar. We have Jeremy Scale and Ryan Grimm in the building.
Okay.
They are investigative reporters of The Intercept, and we are going to be talking about their latest coverage on the New York Times words article that they did a phenomenal job on, and other numerous issues and the latest updates from Gaza right now.
I might as well just take the truck. Fuck it.
Continue on with our domestic politics agenda. This is Super Tuesday
just so much
today.
faster.
Thank you so much for coming on, guys. This is you know, not a lot of things are different from the last time we talked, but yeah, we're here to talk about your coverage real quick. Hold on, I'm also trying to like.
This game seems like too much for my feeble mind. It's not, bro. It's a learning process. Hassan played this game. You can too.
So I can like show you guys on.
I promise you.
Okay, I think this should be fine.
It's one of the best games that I recommend everybody play this game.
What do you mean?
I mean, not my mom. My mom couldn't play this game.
What's up, guys? How's everything going?
It goes.
Okay,
Ryan,
we'll go here
you
first.
were in Los Angeles recently. I apologize for not being able to link up. I go to bed very early, and you're more of a night owl than myself.
Yes, also on East Coast time. Yeah, I was out there for a little fundraiser for the Intercept up in the fancy part of the town. So
fuck you, dude.
Figured I'd swing on by, but yeah, no, I'm glad that you couldn't because I needed the sleep.
All right, that's good. Hopefully the fundraising stuff is going well for the Intercept. You guys do
coming along, yeah. Like we're from readers, like from rich people, not huge fans of us. There's a few rich people out there that are fans of us, just because wealth inequality is a lottery in this country. So accidentally, some like super lefties wind up getting rich sometimes. But from a readership basis, we're at the strongest position we've probably ever been.
That's
Who are these guys
awesome.
from?
I'm glad that
Oh, fucking leave me alone, dude. Okay, just hit me. Just hit me.
People are asking in the chat where they can donate.
Oh, the Intercept.
Well, so
the Intercept's amazing.
Do a fundraising push for you guys as well here in this community.
Yeah, if they go to theintercept.com, they will be harassed all over the website to give money. We'll beg you to give us your email, and then we will email you and ask you for more money. And you should give every single time.
Oh my god.
That's what I would say. They can sign up for my newsletter. I think it's theintercept.com/grim. Make sure I said that right.
All right.
Good
Fuck, we're going to the other hole.
And it's free, but you should give to the Intercept anyway. Yes, that worked. Theintercept.com/grim.
Yeah, you're
get you there to the.
Let me just turn the sound down on this.
Your link on your Twitter actually goes to my website somehow. Your email link.
I know. How did that happen? Do you have any idea?
I have no idea. I don't know who did that.
Yeah. Somebody saw that I put Ryan
Grimmett. A lot
Grimmett.
of little tricksters out here.
It's been like that for years. I'm just like too lazy to fix it.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Literally, if you click on RyanGrimm@gmail.com on my Twitter bio, it goes to here.
It goes to Hasanabi, really?
That's great because you're here today. So
there you go. Perfect.
So you guys,
that's so
what we're
funny.
Talking about today is the New York Times piece that came out a while back that was titled "Screams Without Words." And when I actually Google New York Times "Screams Without Words," your article comes up first from 6 days ago, which is interesting. That's pretty good. NPR even did a piece on it. Saying an investigation into the New York Times story is causing chaos. But here was your article that you both of you
Normally
guys
there's
wrote
lots of
alongside
gold in
Daniel
here.
Boguslaw, where, in my opinion,
Got a laser
you did
cutter.
a pretty scathing analysis of the failure
Where's all the
of the New York
gold?
Times to uphold their own rigorous standards in their own reporting in one of the most consequential pieces of reporting surrounding the ethnic cleansing campaign
Where are
in
the
Gaza,
Marxists?
where the New York Times tapped into
Where's all the
Anat
fucking gold,
Schwartz,
dude?
who
There's
was
one.
a freelancer with no prior experience almost. And as far as I understand, maybe even some experience in the other direction, working with the IDF, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Intelligence
the
unit.
with their intelligence unit, and
I might as well just go to the
we found
Loud
out
Boys.
that, while the original title, "Screams Without
There we go.
Words: How Hamas Weaponized Sexual Violence on October 7," was a pretty damning title for a pretty serious accusation, the article itself had not met the rigorous journalistic standards that the New York Times is supposed to apply, and that it was devoid of any sort of
we got another
real
one. Can you get some gold,
evidence.
dude? No.
No.
Okay, now we're getting all the gold.
To witnesses, a lot of witnesses that Anat Schwartz went to that had actually been disproven with a lot
See,
of
look at the little egg,
fabulous
dude.
claims, a lot of exaggerations, and it turned into borderline atrocity propaganda and it played the purpose of basically justifying Israel's atrocities since October 7 at a time
Like, what the
when
fuck is that? So
there
fucking
was
ugly.
a lot of public backlash. So, you guys, I mean, I covered this extensively.
You got
but I'd
shit
love
for me,
to
dude?
talk
Thank you.
And hear your opinion on the article itself in the New York Times.
Jeremy, you landed I think the biggest chunk of that piece. Talk about
Yeah,
that
I get burned, dude.
Because since she had zero experience in journalism, I think that actually helped because she was way more honest than she would have been if she knew what she was revealing in that interview.
I mean, one of the things that happened, this article has been under scrutiny from the moment it came out, and we've had a lot of independent news sites and journalists that were flagging inconsistencies, contradictions, problems with the New York Times narrative. You know, you had Electronic Intifada and Ali Abu Nima, you had The Gray Zone, you had Mondo Weiss, and lots of people on social media as well, going through it and looking at the sourcing and who was featured in it, and you know, a lot of stuff didn't add up, and also, our friend, the journalist Layla Al-Arian, who is a really incredible, remarkable journalist. She and I go way back to being at The Nation magazine together. She's
okay, let's go to the Loud Boys.
Winning, Polk Award-winning executive producer at Al Jazeera English, and in fact, she executive produced the documentary about Shireen Abu Akleh, the Palestinian
I'm gonna need to get some more.
Who was assassinated in the West Bank. In 2021, and the piece that she did with Sharif Abdel Qaddous was about how the Biden administration was essentially stymieing a real investigation into the assassination of this American citizen journalist who was one of the most widely respected journalists on the ground. So Layla Al-Arian on January 5th sent a letter to the New York Times. The New York Times piece comes out December 28th.
Will you play Kinetopet? I don't even know what the fuck that is, dude. What the fuck is Kinetopet?
That she shared with us that just laid bare the whole piece and the problems with it, and the Times never responded to her. And so this has been a subject of of discussion, but definitely not in the mainstream. I think most people, they read that article. It's the New York Times. It's Jeffrey Gettleman, who he's a Pulitzer Prize winning travel journalist who does conflict zones, etc. And I think most people read it and say, well, wow, this must be true. It's in the New York Times. Hamas came in with an intentional plan to
this is scary. Do not go to Delta Station Dock this way around. No way, that's not good.
The Israeli government's
do it the proper way around. There we go.
And so the landscape on social media, a lot of people pointing it out.
Yeah, that's not a good idea.
There wasn't really any questioning whatsoever of the New York Times piece. And then a Twitter user who's anonymous named Zay Squirrel last week started flagging some of the social media likes of Anat Schwartz, one of the people who's bylined on the piece that no one had ever heard of. And it turned out that she had liked a number of tweets that really
like Dark Waters. I haven't played Dark Waters either, dude.
Palestinians, but in fact, she liked one tweet that called for turning Gaza into a slaughterhouse and dispensing with any rules of engagement and razing it to the ground. And that tweet, in fact, was cited in South Africa's case at the International Court of Justice as genocidal incitement speech. So, and then there were a number of other ones. She also liked a tweet that promoted the lie that there were 40 babies beheaded on October 7th, and another one that said that Hamas is Daesh, is ISIS. And so this is one of the people that then is bylined on this New York Times piece. So, we also we saw those social media posts, and at the same time we were working with some people inside Israel to dig around what had been what might be knowable about how this New York Times piece started, and we came across a podcast interview in Hebrew that Anat Schwartz had given in early January, so just a few days after the piece came out, with Channel 12, one of the biggest corporate TV networks in Israel. But it's a podcast, and it wasn't like a huge thing. So we quickly got that thing translated, and we made sure to get it reviewed, the translation reviewed by 3 separate Hebrew speakers, because we wanted to make sure it was accurate, because the contents of it were incendiary. So we ran it through 3 separate Hebrew translations to make sure that we were going to use the most generous translation, because translation, you can choose how to make somebody sound. We didn't want to make Anat Schwartz sound like a cave person. So I'm sharing with folks on the stream that we really went out of our way to try to make sure that everything we did was accurate, because what the contents of this was Anat Schwartz for basically an hour detailing every step of how they proceeded to quote unquote report this story. And she says on it that she did 150 interviews, and makes really clear that Jeffrey Gettleman, despite the fact that he was the top dog in charge, had essentially farmed out the reporting on an incredibly consequential investigation to Anat Schwartz, a filmmaker with no reporting experience whatsoever, and then the nephew of Anat Schwartz's life partner. They're not married, but his nephew, Adam Sella, who basically was kind of like a food blogger or a culture journalist, and no insult to him. We looked into him. I mean, he's a kid basically who wants to get into journalism. He had started doing some freelance pieces. He actually wrote a couple pieces for Al Jazeera. He was starting to get into more, news reporting, not just food and culture that he had been doing earlier. And our understanding is that from Ben Smith reported this, that Patrick Kingsley, the bureau chief of the New York Times in Jerusalem,
we've got enough gold now.
Jeffrey Gettleman to Adam Sella, and that seems to be how Anat Schwartz ended up in this. I'm going into this detail; it'll matter later. But so you assemble this, not the A team, not the B team, not the C team, but the totally inexperienced team to run an investigation for the most important news organization on the planet into assertions that Hamas had weaponized systematic sexual assault and rape against Jewish women. They embark on there.
Ask a question here really quickly. Under other circumstances, under normal circumstances,
we're going to just explore. I'm just getting gold.
If I'm being as charitable as possible to the people,
and now we're going to go back and do a whole bunch of stuff on land
and tap into actual Israeli journalists who do a phenomenal job in investigative reporting, because you have I think it's Plus 972 Mag, you have reporters at Haaretz, you have reporters at Ynet who are
we're just getting some resources.
Not even ideologically aligned with anti-Zionism even at all, and yet have done pretty solid work on even exposing Zakah, for example. Both Ynet and Haaretz have written articles, numerous articles at this point, basically talking about the exaggerated claims from Zakah members and how they lacked any kind of forensic criminology, forensic
and then we're going to be fixing the. You'll see, chatter.
Started some of these bodies.
Promise you'll see.
Without doing proper investigative work that was an absolute necessity. I mean, there are other journalists out there, right, that they could have basically utilized as freelancers that would have loved to get a New York Times byline. I'm certain.
There's two ways. Yeah, I mean, as somebody who's done a lot of international reporting and reporting on really sensitive issues. I mean, back in Afghanistan, I did an investigation into a U.S. military special operations raid where 2 pregnant women were killed along with other people in a raid by the Joint Special Operations Command. Where the U.S. soldiers dug the bullets out of the bodies of the pregnant women.
Ooh, this looks like a lot of fun.
Munitions. And of course, I don't speak any of the languages indigenous to Afghanistan.
It's got that Windows XP background.
People, but there's 2 ways you can approach this as a journalist, and the Times chose neither of them. One is you can work with experienced local journalists, and you're working with them, and you're a team. Or you can work with people that are less experienced, or people that are sort of called, sometimes called fixers. There are people that help facilitate the gathering of news and information. And if you're going down that path where you're not working with another experienced journalist, the correspondent who is experienced has to oversee the whole thing. They have to make sure that the standards are in place. They have to ensure the accuracy. They have to make sure that people are aware of the rules of journalism, and so. It's not unheard of or even unethical to work with inexperienced people if there's a sufficient oversight of the process, and that happens all the time. So I wouldn't necessarily ding them on that, but the New York Times has endless resources. They could have brought in they couldn't have, like you're suggesting, they could have hired local stringers who were very experienced, connected, would have known how to do this, and already had a base familiarity with some of the problems of some of the narratives, and you're right to flag that. Or they could have brought in a reporter that was really experienced in investigating sexual violence crimes in war. And so neither of those things happened. But what's kind of wild is they start this thing, and according to the podcast interview, Anat Schwartz says that she initially didn't want to do it, that she didn't want to look at images of it, and that's completely understandable. I think she was probably assuming she was going to be having to sit face to face with people who had been, the actual victims of sexual violence or rape, or to talk to witnesses who were going to be describing really horrifying, events. But eventually, she says the Times convinced her to do it, and she starts off by calling all of the hospitals in Israel. She says she calls 11 hospitals in Israel that each have what are called Room 4. Room 4 are specially designated facilities and hospitals for victims of sexual violence or rape, and is calling other rape crisis hotlines, etc., and is kind of astonished that all of them are saying they had no recorded cases of sexual assault from October 7th that came in. And at one point she describes her conversation with the manager of a sexual violence hotline, and it almost sounds like she's just kind of like, not berating him, but just like exasperated and saying, how is this possible? What are you talking about? What do you mean no one? And then she comes across this
what the fuck
interview that was given to a person who gave an interview to a number of television networks in the U.S. and around the world, who was identified as a Israeli Special Forces paramedic known as G, and he did interviews with his back turned, and he described encountering a scene in a kibbutz where there were two teenage girls that he encountered that appeared to have been raped. He in fact said that they were raped. I don't know how he would have necessarily known that just by walking in, but he said that they were raped. The New York Times, when they reported on it, did not say that they were
Sorry,
raped.
this is
they
insane.
Just described the scene, the condition he found them in, which was one of them had her pants pulled down, and he said that she had semen on her back, and that the other one had her boxer shorts
sorry, I'm gonna turn down the
ripped. Remember, this happened very early in the morning. A lot of people were in their pajamas that day, and that she had bruising around her groin. And Schwartz becomes, according to her own words, sort of instantly convinced that this is indicative of a pattern of sexual assault because there were two women and they were in a room. It was almost an incomprehensible thing that she was saying on the podcast, how you would all of a sudden jump to that conclusion, but it's her words, not mine. And eventually she tracks this guy down, and she tries to validate the story and says she's calling around, but no one has seen anything. And in fact, in that whole course of that interview, she never, she talks about how difficult it is to get a second source, but she never describes actually getting a second source. And when it appeared then in the New York Times, if you read it, it's, journalists can read this stuff, and I think just even reasonably smart people can understand the trick that's going on. There's an attempt to present it as having a second source because they say neighbors said that the girls were found separated from their families. Now, our subsequent reporting has indicated that that's not true. They actually, according to the family, the girls died in the arms of their mother, and they were also dual citizens of Britain, so the story received quite a bit of coverage. But to just generally sum this up, what it appears is that the New York Times, generally speaking, relied on Zaka, the ultra-Orthodox rescue organization that Haaretz itself exposed as contaminating crime scenes, putting out incendiary allegations of atrocities that it turned out had not taken place. I mean, the atrocities that took place that are documentable and known are bad enough. And Zaka was running around then talking about Zaka and another organization, babies put in ovens, babies cut out of pregnant, fetuses cut out of pregnant women's bodies, 40 babies, beheaded, all these things. So
can I just jump in really quick? As far as the babies cut out of a baby cut out of a pregnant mother's stomach, that is an atrocity that had happened in the past in Sabra and Shatila, as far as I understand, which was in Lebanon, and it was a IDF-backed operation of phalangists that moved into the Lebanese-Palestinian camps and had done untold amounts of atrocities. And as far as a child being thrown into an oven or a baby being thrown into an oven, that also happened in 1948 in Deir Yassin. Leading up to the Nakba, before the Nakba, but as a part of the planned Dalit acts of terror that were perpetrated by Irgun and Lihi, also known as Stern Gang, the terrorist militias that inevitably formed, that ultimately ended up forming the organization that we know as the IDF. So it was 100% a case of projection as well. So that's another interesting framework to operate off.
I mean, a lot of people have been saying for a long time that that the accusation is the confession in when it comes to a lot of Israeli actions. But overall, and I promise to let Ryan speak too, but just to close the loop on this, there were a couple of specific cases that were identified by the New York Times in terms of a description of an individual victim rather than people who claim to be witnesses saying, oh, I saw this rape occur, or I saw these things happen, or we saw genitalia that appeared to have been mutilated or damaged or attacked in a violent manner. And one case was this case in the kibbutz with the 2 teenage girls, and the other was the story of Gal Abdush, known as the woman in the black dress, whose own family members, some of them, have challenged the New York Times characterization and also said that they were approached under false pretenses to cooperate in the interview and the story. And Ryan knows more about that than I do. But what we sent last night, Hassan, the New York Times, a quite lengthy letter laying out some of the problems, and we did this last week with the other story too. And I think that we've hit a point in this, and many people before us have reported on some of this stuff or pointed it out, but we've hit a point where it's overwhelmingly clear that retractions are in order, if not the entire piece, certainly.
And some retractions have occurred, right? As far as I know, oh wait, I thought that there was one thing that is close to a retraction, I guess, is the daily piece that came out.
Well, that's different though than the print piece. The print piece has a correction on it, and it's only to correct the age of one of the so-called witnesses identified in the piece. But they've issued no correction, no retraction to that actual marquee piece. The Daily Show, the Daily Podcast thing, that's in Ryan's lane, and that's a remarkable story.
So this trio of Adam, Anat, and Jeffrey also published a piece together on December 4th, which is key to this entire thing, because December 4th is the day that Kirsten Gillibrand, Sheryl Sandberg, and the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations went to the UN and launched this PR campaign, basically attacking feminist organizations for not condemning Hamas for a systematic campaign of rape. The next day, Netanyahu came out and made that exact charge. Biden that evening made that charge. That trio at the New York Times that day published a story. The headline was something like, "What do we know about sexual violence on October 7th?" And you read the story, and it's basically, we don't know anything. They'd been investigating it at that point for almost 2 months, and it was clear that they hadn't discovered anything yet. But and this goes to your point about the correction. They did report that the IDF had collected reams of forensic evidence that it was analyzing. That would stand up all of the charges that
you mean the internal police, right? I thought Israeli police.
Yeah. It basically, they just said Israel. Israeli authorities have collected enormous amounts of forensic evidence, and so when Kirsten Gillibrand and Sheryl Sandberg are coming after the feminist groups, they're able to look at the New York Times. New York Times says there's just incredible amounts of forensic evidence that are going to be analyzed. December 8th or 9th, 4 or 5 days later, and people can go look at the story now. There's this correction appended at the bottom of it that says an earlier version of this story said that Israel had collected enormous amounts of forensic evidence. In fact, Israel has eyewitness evidence that will be rolling out in the future. In November, Anat Schwartz had written solo bylined a story that said there were tens of thousands of witnesses. And so from the Israeli perspective, they were telling the world, we have all of this evidence. By early December, they had really convinced the world that this was true, that this campaign at the UN, really worked, and it came at a crucial time.
Holy moly, dude.
Regarding the war effort. Then they start to say, actually, we don't have all of this evidence. So people start pushing back on it by mid to late December, and then in late December is when that trio comes forward with their Screams Without Words piece to really just put the exclamation mark down and say, look, this is it, we've got it. anybody else who's still asking for evidence is just a rape denialist at this point.
Yeah. So
it's fucking insane.
Beyond the New York Times, something happened yesterday where the United Nations sent a team of 9 specialists alongside her name is Prima Patel, I believe, to go on a mission to investigate the sexual violence and sexual assault allegations that were made by the Israeli government. And I looked through it. I also relied on other journalists like Evan Hill looking through it as well, and their summarization of it. And the way that originally this report was presented in the media with the headlines, I fear was very different than what the report actually had suggested. There was an air that it was like presented as though this was an investigation, which it was not. The report itself clearly indicated that it was not an investigation whatsoever, and that an investigation actually should occur, that they were demanding that the Israeli authorities open or conduct an investigation alongside the Office of Human Rights from the UN. Something that the Israeli government has obviously been reluctant to do, and as a matter of fact considered the UN to be outwardly hostile to Israel and anti-Semitic for even suggesting such an investigation occur. And yet the report itself, from what I saw, was almost a rehashing, with one exception, but almost a complete reiteration of the New York Times Screams Without Words article. They went to the same exact sources. They actually openly state in the report itself that like a lot of those sources had also made erroneous claims, and yet they still went to those sources. There was some open source there was one open source investigator that looked through thousands of pieces of imagery and found that there was at least circumstantial evidence to imply potentially that sexual assault had occurred, which was, again, this is, as far as I understand, almost identical to the New York Times reporting on the matter. Like, no, there's no hard evidence. There's no like actual 2 eyewitnesses corroborating the information at all, or any kind of eyewitness testimony was basically was coming from parties that had shown that they had lied on the events of October 7 originally, with one exception, and that was that they said.
Remember though. Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Finish.
Well,
it's important.
The one exception is that they said that there was different clarifications, or they basically laid out in the report that there were like there was a different classification for claims that they were making. Circumstantial implied that they did not have like hard evidence. It was not beyond a reasonable doubt to convict anyone, but it was, it was still, in their opinion, severe enough to make these assertions, with one exception, which was where they had firsthand eyewitness or firsthand testimony, they said, from hostages that were released, that sexual violence and sexual assault had occurred on Israeli hostages in the hands of their captives or their captors, and this led them to also make the allegation or make the assertion that that more of that could be happening currently, both towards women and children. So that was the only new information I saw in that report that I had not seen thus far.
I mean, let's remember though the context of this, why Pramila Patten was doing this versus actual investigators who would be in a position to gather evidence, interview witnesses, would approach this in a forensic criminal manner. Is that when the UN was initially going to send a team to do such an investigation, the Israeli government said no way, they can't come. They raised objections. They implied that there were anti-Semites on the panel and people with sympathies to Hamas. And then the Israeli government issued an edict to medical personnel at all medical facilities in Israel that they were not to cooperate with the United Nations investigation. And so there was this big blow up between Israel and the office of the UN Secretary General, and it resulted in Israel basically getting its way. And then they send this other team in that doesn't actually have a full investigative mandate in any meaningful way. And so you have to understand the political context in order to understand what came out of this body, that Israel manipulated the process so that this group of people would be the ones in charge rather than the initial team that was supposed to deploy to the ground. And what's interesting in this report, I mean, there's many interesting things, is that they make clear very early on in the report that they weren't really able to do an independent investigation at all on the ground, and that they didn't have access to almost anything, that everything that was being fed to them was coming through Israeli state institutions. And in fact, they don't really use the word evidence in there, except in cases when they're describing why they don't
call
have
it
evidence.
Information.
They call it information.
Yeah.
That they have information to suggest. Now, all over the internet and the headlines and everything. I mean, the way the way this has been interpreted by many news organizations and just online people would fail a basic book report in 4th grade.
What the fuck? Sorry, I almost crashed because I was looking at what you were talking about. Vivi?
As you point out, most of what is contained in this 24-page report it's like a great a list of all the Israeli government's allegations that it's made over the course of the months, all of which were sort of distilled into the New York Times piece by Gettleman, Schwartz, and Sella. There are a couple of cases though, and I think this is interesting, where the UN said that it looked into it and it can find no basis or evidence yet to prove that any sexual violence occurred in places where it had been alleged. That doesn't mean it didn't, but what the UN is saying is that they looked into it, even in the peripheral way we're talking about, and they've determined that there isn't sufficient grounds to say definitively that these things occurred. And they do mention they don't call it lack of credibility, but the erroneous statements that were made by certain individuals. But overall, this was a great victory for Israel, because they were able to launder the narrative and to put the stamp of the United Nations on it, and then to weaponize that. I mean, I've been blasted all day long, Ryan and I, rape deniers. A prominent documentary filmmaker sent me a note, are you going to apologize? It doesn't matter. Facts don't actually matter. The narrative matters, and that's the whole point of Hasbara, the Israeli propaganda doctrine. It's not about the facts. It's about convincing external audiences to buy your lies.
Yeah.
And the irony is that the story that we did just recently is about kibbutz Berei, where a spokesperson for that kibbutz said that, hey, good for the New York Times for uncovering what they did, when it comes to sexual violence around the country. But in this kibbutz, their story is inaccurate. That was incorrect. And they told us that on the record, and that's the story about the one that Jeremy was talking about earlier with the 2 girls who were killed. And interestingly, the UN report says that 2 very high-profile incidents in kibbutz Berei were found to be unfounded. So they went further than just like we couldn't establish them. They pretty effectively just dismissed them as possible. One of them is this hoax about the pregnant woman with the fetus, and the fetus is beheaded and the mom's beheaded. Like that didn't happen. And then another one they describe as a girl who had been thought to have been a victim of sexual assault, but it turns out that a bomb squad had moved her body away from her family. And so then when another paramedic came across the scene, saw this girl separated from the family, and this became a very high profile case. Now, they don't say which precise case this is. Like, it's a very thin document, and it would be nice if the UN would tell us which case they're talking about. New York Times, very interestingly, in their write-up of the report, mentioned that 2 high-profile incidents in kibbutz Berei were deemed to be unfounded by the UN, but then they added the Times wasn't referring to either of those. But it's completely unclear like how the Times can make that claim, and we don't know yet, and this requires more investigation. But they also said, the UN also said we could not substantiate any sexual assault in Kibbutz Beret. And the New York Times, like we said, had 3 victims that they identified, that they elevated as victims of sexual violence to establish their claim of a pattern. And 2 of them were in Kibbutz Beret. And the UN report seems to align with what the kibbutz spokesperson told us.
Ryan, let me throw something else in there. I mean, Hassan, just to give you a sense of like how meticulous we were when we were approaching this, we went and we put together, an Excel spreadsheet.
Its data will assist us on our quest.
Let's go, dude. Okay. Sorry.
Cast a wider net, and we looked at we created entries for each victim that day, and anything that we knew about the circumstances of their death, their age, their gender, and then we cross-referenced it with the Israeli government's official list of the dead on October 7th, with then the National Social Security Agency in Israel's list of the dead. Then there is each of the kibbutzes, or many of the kibbutzes that were attacked that day, have their own memorial pages. And then we also cross-referenced it with the lists of Haaretz and other major Israeli news organizations, just to ensure that we didn't miss anything. And in looking at this case that Ryan is talking about, we can't really identify any other child that would remotely fit that description that the Times mentioned in this piece. So, it may sound like this stuff is in the weeds, and people would say, well, why are you focusing on just this? Look at all of these other horrifying atrocities that happen. Well, we're talking about the most important news organization on the planet. We're talking about the most consequential article that news organization published during the course of the Scorched Earth genocidal bombing campaign and attacks against Gaza. We're talking about a news organization that played a key role in getting the United States into the war in Iraq, that has had played a role in multiple U.S. wars. And this article came out, remember, right in the sort of aftermath of the exchange of captives between Hamas and the Israeli government. And it came out at a time when Israel was under pressure, even from some of its own allies, because of the massive civilian death toll, where you had, that leaders of France and Canada openly saying, "Stop killing babies." And so, this story was like a shot of, it was a boost in the arm for the Israeli war narrative, and that's why it matters. It matters because this paper has the ability to take lives with its reporting and to influence policy. This isn't just about, 2 individual people and whether or not this or that happened to them. It's about the New York Times. And this story that we're talking about came to the New York Times and other news outlets via the Israeli government. The Israeli government spokesperson, Elan Levy, set up these interviews with this
paramedic,
so-called paramedic. And in fact, this is, I'm sure there's, because you have an interesting audience, I'm sure there are people that have been following this, but just quickly, when he the first interview this paramedic did that we can find is on a right-wing Indian television network, Republic, and his back is turned and he's describing the scene. And the first thing he says, he talks about how he was at his fiance's house, and then all of this started going down on October 7th, and he describes how from Tel Aviv to the Gaza Strip is only 2 hours by car. Israel is a small country, and he says we then arrived at kibbutz Nahal Oz.
Oh fuck!
Not Be'eri, Nahal Oz. And he describes the scene, and he even goes as far as to say Nahal Oz means river of strength, river of courage. He's giving sort of color and detail about it. And then he tells the story of encountering these 2 girls, and he says that they had been raped. Well, the Israeli government spokesperson then puts this up on Twitter, except he changes it. It's no longer Nahal Oz. Now it's Kibbutz Be'eri. And one possibility here is that they realized there's a problem with the
Gross.
narrative because they really couldn't fit the description of the victims
He's jumped
to
up coming
Nahal
out of nowhere,
Oz.
dude.
There are two sisters that were 20 and 18 years old that are the closest you could.
No, it was just an
you know,
allergy
maybe think, but
sneeze. There were no
it seems
boogers.
clear that they either he misspoke, even
And they
though he
were
gave this,
with their
this
mother, though, right?
description of
Or their
Nahal
grandmother.
Oz. Right. Or they realized they had a problem with the narrative, and so they put it out, and he clips that part of it out, puts it online, and says it happened in Kibbutz Be'eri. And by the time he's then on CNN and interviewed elsewhere, Kibbutz Be'eri becomes the story. And by the time Anat Schwartz comes across it and meets with this guy for the New York Times piece, it is firmly rooted in Kibbutz Be'eri.
Okay. So one thing that I think we all agree on this as well, that we should mention here is the fact that sexual violence is a common occurrence in war and in situations like what happened on October 7th, and that there is a likelihood that sexual violence did occur on October 7th. However, this conversation is not about the likelihood of sexual violence occurring, but rather the investigation, or rather lack thereof, into sexual violence occurring, a proper investigation into sexual violence occurring, and a lack of forensic evidence and a lack of evidence in general. I just want to point that out so that people don't misunderstand or try to misconstrue this.
And I think
especially
people should
systematic and weaponized sexual violence directed by Hamas.
And I think people should also understand that there were at least several hundred people who kind of poured across the fence on October 7th. There are reports of basically like gangs coming over and taking advantage of the situation. Like you can imagine, you've never left Gaza your entire life, and now the fence is down. People were just pouring over that border, and so I don't think people should be dismissive of the idea that in the context of that mayhem and violence, that there could have been some sexual violence. In fact, it's interesting. If you look at the UN report that the media kind of spun up to say, to semi-agree with this like Hamas weaponized rape as a weapon of war claim, you look at the way they actually phrased it. They said something like, in the context of the violence on October 7th, it is reasonable to believe that sexual violence may have occurred. And that framing of it, I think is, that is, sure, that's reasonable to believe. Then the next question is, what investigations have been done? What is the evidence that we have so far? And so you got to kind of separate those two things. And then the third thing being a deliberate Israeli-run PR campaign to persuade the world that there was a systematic weaponization of sexual violence on October 7th, and then they kind of make that presentation to the world, and then they just slowly back away. That anybody who asks them evidence to back up their claims is told that they're an anti-Semite and a rape denier.
Part of the problem with this, and I appreciate you bringing this up, Hassan. I mean, and Ryan and I both have been very clear from the beginning in making the same point as you, and as someone who's covered multiple wars. I know very well how prevalent sexual violence is. I mean, women get targeted. Look at what happened also, like in the Arab Spring uprising in Egypt. You had women being assaulted. In protests in the United States.
Yeah, they've really been going, dude.
The UN
Up, down, up, down, up, down.
The Israelis assaulting Palestinians in their prisons.
And there are first-hand accounts for that one, by the way, and evidence.
Right. There's a higher, Palestinians are going to be held to a much higher standard of evidence than the Israeli government when they're making these kinds of allegations. But I also think that one of the factors we need to really recognize here is that when a nation state organizes a propaganda campaign, and they make these kinds of allegations in the absence of concrete evidence, and they're doing it in an attempt to dehumanize an entire population to justify killing them, they are also simultaneously doing a disservice to any potential real victims of sexual violence, because they are using this as a political cudgel. They're using it as a genocidal cudgel rather than treating it as a criminal investigation that needs to be pursued. You know, one thing I've noticed, and I think actually Hassan, you and I talked about this last time we
I love how
we
this
hung
guy
out
keeps
here.
on calling him Hassan.
If you look at the tone
Hassan, we talked about this.
of
Hassan.
the actual sex crimes investigators in Israel when they're interviewed,
Don't you remember, Hassan? We talked about
there
this.
is a much more sober, fact-oriented manner in which they talk
It's just
about
funny.
this. Because they're professional investigators of these types of crimes. They
He is a
understand
cutie
the
pie.
complexity of it, the nuance of it. They understand the psychology, the horrors that set in with someone who has survived or witnessed a rape or a sexual assault. And the tone of those people who are professionals stands in stark contrast to the jingoistic propagandists of the Israeli regime. And I think it does a disservice to an actual inquiry into any of these kinds of acts that may have taken place that day. But the person whose words constitute the headline of the New York Times piece, Screams Without Words, Raz Cohen.
Are you winning,
There's
Hassan?
problems about his
So true.
story, and we can get into that if you actually want to, but that's not the point I'm making right now. He says, he finally settled on a narrative for what he witnessed, where he says that the people that he witnessed committing a very brutal gang rape were not Nukba, not special forces of Hamas, but ordinary people. And he's a veteran of the Israeli Special Forces. So he's saying that they very clearly were not Hamas. Yet his quote, Screams Without Words, becomes the title of an article whose thesis is that Hamas did this. Hamas came in with a systematic plan. I mean,
Got so much water,
so
dude.
even their
It's
own,
like an American
their own
fridge.
witness in here is saying something that's contradicting the thesis, and his statement is used as
What's
the
your favorite
headline for the
accent?
article.
Yeah.
I don't know, dude.
Hassan,
Like,
let me add one more thing that about how I've been thinking about this. Like, so on the one hand, it is
there are lots of good accents
incredibly
from all over the world, okay?
that there isn't a single Israeli woman who has made a claim that she was sexually assaulted on October 7th. You have a lot of people who say, you know, why don't you believe Israeli women? Well, 0 Israeli women have come forward. So some people said, well, you're setting the bar too high. I'm not setting the bar too high. If an Israeli woman
Setting the
comes
bar
forward
too
with
high,
a credible
dude.
claim, that's all we're asking for when it comes to a credible complaint.
all accents are good.
Then people say, well,
Yeah.
of course they're not still around.
Except for the
you know,
the
they have
accents
been
that are
killed.
shit. Those ones suck.
And maybe that's true. But what
What
I
is this
add to
supposed
that
to be? It's a landing
that's where
pad?
Israeli claims of having reams of video evidence, photographic evidence, and forensic evidence come into play.
Very base
They
take.
made that claim throughout.
What kind of
all throughout
question is what
November.
accents are good? Are you supposed
that
to
they
make
had
me
collected
say
that
like, yeah,
evidence
okay,
from
well,
victims.
French accent's pretty sick.
The fact that they never have turned over that evidence and now
but
are
Boston
making
accent sucks. You want me to really
bizarre
polarize my
claims
audience?
that
I want
don't have
all
the
of you
evidence
to give
because
me
of
money
Jewish
to
burial
sub. I don't want to
traditions.
polarize anyone, okay?
The kinds of excuses that should not have even gotten past an editor.
the
Like,
point,
no,
dude.
go back to your source. That's not a serious excuse. And also, we reported 2 weeks ago that you have
Okay.
so
Look,
much forensic evidence. What
This is
happened?
why
Were
I'm
you
gonna be
lying
richer
then,
than
or are you
Hassan one
lying
day,
now?
okay?
So
Because
that's
I
what
don't
say to
tell
people who have
anyone to
a
leave
very
and
reasonable
never come back.
follow-up
No, I'm
when they
joking.
say, well, of course
obviously.
no women have made that
I hope no
accusation
one
because
takes
then
me
they were
seriously.
killed on that day. How can they make an accusation? Well, then you have to go back to Israel making the claim publicly that they had the evidence that would prove
Literally,
it.
no one will be bad at you.
Yep,
Now no
mountains.
longer
No.
accepting that they
No.
have
Mountains
that.
of forensic
Mountains.
evidence and first-hand accounts.
The Forester?
And like, first-hand testimony that is not conflicting with.
You forget that I've been on the internet for a long time. Well, not that long. Some of you have been on the internet way longer than me. But no, a leftist, there will be some Boston leftists that will be like, no, you are deliberately attacking me. And then I will, like, then they will never sub to me. So, there we go. Okay? Trust a leftist to get angry at everything, dude. Right? A Boston leftist, dude, yeah. Where are the Marxists?
If you notice in that report, there's a huge difference in tone between
Oh,
what
my
the UN
electricity's back
reports
on,
about what
sick.
they know about the hostage situation and what they know on October 7th. October 7th, they say in a broad context of violence, it's reasonable to conclude that
Now I've
something
got a
happens.
nice fan
Like
on me.
very low level confidence. When it comes to the hostage thing, they say there's clear and convincing information, I think is the
Okay,
phrase.
It's
turns
much
me
higher,
down.
yeah, which they openly admit is a much higher standard that they applied in
Right.
that situation. Like
Very bright
first-hand
light came on.
testimony is what they have
Which
for
is
that.
what we're asking for, right?
All right.
Yeah. And there is one, I guess, out of like I've been looking through every single instance and all of the hostage testimony that has come out. And I remember that even before the original, even before the big
Load shedding got me for a much longer period of time, though.
where there was a hostage swap that occurred. There was an older hostage that had given an impromptu interview to the media, which was heavily criticized internally in Israel, and the person, the hospital person that allowed this to happen was actually, well, I don't know if they're still let go, but they were sent out on an extended hiatus for and you know, heavily criticized, heavily scrutinized. But I remember in that original hostage testimony that was broadly publicized, there was one instance where one of the hostages that was carried into Gaza was reportedly hit with straws and was humiliated and also sexually assaulted in that regard, where people were like hitting her with.
Okay, are you guys
people were hitting her
in seeing the sea worms? It's at the northeast,
I don't know how to
right?
talk about this in a delicate way, in her butt, basically. I remember something along those lines, which does meet the standard of sexual assault and sexual violence, and also ritualistic humiliation.
Well, are you guys ready for the fucking worms?
Beyond that, I have not seen any public hostage testimonies that corroborate. So I don't know if
I hate this game, dude.
the UN team is.
There was one, I think, today or yesterday in the Guardian, where they said that they had spoken to other hostages, who had been abused by previous captors. And that's the kind of like firsthand, or I guess that's secondhand by now, but that person spoke firsthand to the victims. Like, that's the kind of credible testimony that you want, that the public wants, so that we can get.
Let's just go in this cave, dude.
I think also what we're gonna, you know, if there's really a historical reckoning with all of these events, and there is a proper tale of all that happened and facts actually matter, I think part of what we're going to see is that when Hamas launched what they called Operation Al-Aqsa Flood, you know, they had certain objectives in mind, they had certain tactics in mind. They were working with at least 4 other armed factions from Gaza, including Palestinian Islamic Jihad. And then, as Ryan indicated earlier, you had a variety of private actors, some of whom, or many of whom, may not have even been aware until it had already started that, you know, the prison fence had been broken, and you know, there was an attack happening inside of Israel. And you know, Hamas itself said,
"You're gonna eat the worm, bro. The worm is really big, so
the
you know."
first truce, where there was the exchange of captives, that it wasn't able to locate every single hostage. Well, the reason for that is because Hamas wasn't holding every single hostage. Islamic Jihad had some, other political factions had some, but then private people also took them and then tried to sell them to Hamas or other
you guys understand how big this worm is.
And so, you know, it's possible that, I mean, at this point now, I think all of the hostages' lives are in grave danger because of the Israeli assault, the lack of food and supplies.
Here we go, everyone.
You know, it's a horrifying situation for everyone in Gaza, including the Israeli prisoners. But the point I'm getting at here is that you can have, on the one hand, a narrative from certain people who were held hostage that were released, where they're describing pretty humane treatment at the hands of their captors. In fact, in this piece in The Guardian that came out, I believe it was today,
fuck, no, that's a hole for
this
them,
released
isn't it?
hostage is describing how her captors at one point put mattresses over them and put their own bodies on them to prevent them from getting hit by shrapnel from their own country's munitions that were being dropped on them. There have been many testimonials about you know, being treated humanely, although it was difficult, and many hostages released said it was really terrifying.
I can't remember what oh, there we go. We found it.
The government was attacking.
Holy fuck, we found
I don't mean to babble on and on about this, but I think it's an important distinction, if we care about facts, that there's not just Hamas There are several different players here, and what I suspect is that if you were able to divide who was taken by whom, that you're going to hear different tales of how they were treated depending on who was holding them.
Yeah. One really important part that stood out to me in the Guardian article that you guys are referencing is actually the hostages that said that they had heard of accounts of sexual violence that some of the other captives were subjected to. They wanted to bring it up to the Hamas commanders, who they, in their own words, said would be very receptive to listening to what they had to say. So that once again reaffirms the exact same position. Now, you might not think that it is because these guys care about the humanity of the hostages. After all, they did violently kidnap these people, right?
Commodity. They're a valuable commodity.
Exactly. Even from the perspective of like being a rational actor, every single person that was a part of the operations on October 7, which of course was very violent and had a massive civilian death toll, still had a rational interest in taking hostages, not simply in the words of Israel to like take them back to Gaza and like humiliate them and rape them or kill them, but instead to use them as leverage on the conditional release of Palestinian prisoners, including high-profile Palestinian prisoners as well. So that I think is the like something that's lost in the media narrative for some weird, unforeseeable reason that like these guys are barbarians and they're not thinking in a rational manner.
No, don't you dare come near me. I've got a fucking thing
here. They're just purely responding to their primitive
desires
of like raping Israeli women.
Yeah, fuck you.
Because this is the narrative that
holy moly, dude.
Occupying powers, colonial powers,
shit.
have to dehumanize not just the enemy in a military sense, but the population that enemy comes from. You have to dehumanize in order to justify your actions. And the United States has laundered so many of Israel's dehumanization efforts. Not just
I'm dead.
I
think I died.
Of attacks against Gaza,
where the fuck am I? Is this thing?
Have people forgotten Abu Ghraib? Have people forgotten Guantanamo, the CIA black sites? I mean, the United States itself ran a secret kidnap
brother, you're gonna want to run too, man.
Where it was snatching people off the streets of cities across the world, taking them to secret prisons, torturing them, including sexual torture of prisoners. And then shipping them off to a gulag where they tried to hold them with no respect for the Geneva Convention, etc. So, and then you have the reports, not just the sexual violence reports about Palestinians being held in Israeli prisons, but just straight up also physical violence and psychological torture of Palestinian prisoners. Those stories that are actually documented at this point with facts and evidence, etc., have sort of faded into nowhere. And
I'm
we
looking
talk
up
about
where
a
to
lot
go,
of
dude.
allegations, and the word Hamas is used to, with this broad brush. Might feel good for the narrative, but if you care about facts, then you're going to actually want to, and you're talking about crimes, then you need to identify specific perpetrators of these crimes.
Yeah.
The UN report actually they made a point to say we did not even attempt to make any attribution of any of the violence, distinguishing between Hamas, Islamic Jihad, or gangs that just came across the border. Like they were very clear, like what we're presenting here is not we're not claiming that this is Hamas. Obviously, Hamas, the one that planned the operation, and none of it happens without Hamas. But they were very clear about that.
You know who you should have on this show, Hassan? I mean, since you got the Yemeni pirate, that kid that went viral all over the place. You and I were talking about that you were able to find him. There's a couple of great accounts online that have been looking at Israeli TikTok videos, but there's one really interesting account.
I really hate you, BM.
BM. You should have BM on. But I mean, there's a bunch of Palestinians that have been doing this too. But I really hate you would be. I think that'd be an interesting interview for this show. It's
It's right in front when the
but just so
snowstorm
your audience
was.
understands, you know, there's a lot of there's
Oh,
all
it's
these
right
Israeli
where the
soldiers who
iron
seem to be
cubes are.
obsessed with going through the underwear drawer of Palestinian women in
Okay, let's
Gaza.
go back.
And, you know, dressing up in their lingerie, and you know, it's yeah.
I was right.
Yeah, I don't know what happens there. I don't know what is like the mentality. There.
Oh my god.
I remember reading a report.
Sorry,
from
everyone.
Command
Thank you for the raid. Who the
they
fuck
need to,
raided me? I don't
clamp down on the social
know.
media
Sorry.
activity of the soldiers on the ground, considering that it was becoming more and more of a problem. You also had, on the other hand, the IDF's very own Telegram channel that was engaging in atrocity propaganda for a not insignificant number of people. It was a version of a much more popular Telegram that's like owned and operated by, you know, other Israeli people and not directly linked to the government. But what was it called? 72 Virgins, I think.
I got really scared.
Yeah. So I think that
That really freaked me out, dude. Thank you, the giant you walk for the raid, dude. Bro, okay, so I'm looking at the map. I'm cheating, I know, I'm sorry. No, it says there's an iron cube deposit. Here. These are the iron cubes that were deposited, right? But I need to literally come out here with a fucking... I'm not even... Bro, you know what I need to do is I just need to build shit here. Oh, no, I can't even do that. Dude, no way you can walk out here with a fucking prawn suit, dude. So here's the second thing. Okay, so I'm by the iron cube deposit now. Hold on. Let me look at the fucking map, dude. I can't. Okay, that's the iron cube deposit. So the Arctic Spire's cache is like right in front of it. Oh my god, okay, so like it's just above me, I think. Oh. Please don't tell me it's nighttime. It is not nighttime. But I'm gonna get yeeted by this worm, dude. After a while. I should have just built a bed in here, dude. Fuck it. So where is it? Is that lithium? Oh, sick, dude. Lithium vein? Bro, where the fuck is this cache? I'm gonna lose my mind. Sorry. I'm just like locked in, dude. This game is so much grind. It's so much less grind than the other sub, Nautica. Just saying, dude. Okay, I think it's up here then. Do we go up? Yo, fuck you, dude. Fucking bitch-ass worm. No one up playing with you, bitch. Where is it, dude? I'm watching a fucking video, dude. No, Hassan doesn't like the other game. This one's so much less scary. This is the non-scary one. Okay, hold on, sorry. Somebody needs to tell me, how do I find... What is it called? How to get to the Arctic cache. Arctic Spice cache. Okay. Okay, we're watching a video because I can't. Arctic Spires cache location. Okay. And how to get there.
Today I'm going to show you where to get the tissue samples for the architect. We're going to be starting from Delta Station Dock, so let's just get into the water and not waste any time. But first of all, before we go anywhere, let's go over the equipment that you're going to need. You will need a full set of cold suit. This is going to help you because you're going quite far. Now we're going to turn west-northwest about 2 clicks to the right of west. And we're going to stay to the top of the water and we're going to go about 1,000 meters.
Okay, we got this. No, okay. Cool.
Now, I actually have my snow fox right here.
Oh,
What
fucking
we're gonna
snow
do is go
fox.
straight up this path right here.
I
and
hate
we're
the
gonna
snow
go to
fox.
right.
No,
We're gonna
I
encounter
hate.
a bridge. Now for you, if this is your first time, this bridge may need to be repaired to fully extend it. Once it's been repaired with hydraulic fluid, go ahead and extend it and come across.
Fucking snow fox. Yeah, I don't need the snow fox. Fuck the snow fox. I'm
From
fine.
here, we're gonna go straight ahead.
Okay, we did that.
You'll see a path that goes up and a path that goes down underneath it. We're gonna go down underneath it.
Okay, I did that.
We're gonna follow it around, which is gonna
Okay.
curve to the left.
I don't know if I did that. I don't know. I might have to go
Like
back.
this.
Okay. Okay.
Now from here,
Fuck.
you may choose to leave your snow fox here because it tends to attract the ice worm a lot more. You're still going to attract the ice worm. You're going to have issues with the ice worm. You may decide to take your snow fox. Just know that the ice worm seems to
Okay,
really
I
hear
don't
it
have a-
and
okay.
pick it up really easy. So I like to leave it here because it marks the entrance. So we're going to stay to the left here, okay?
Okay. Okay. Yes, I was doing this.
We're actually going to be going straight through, but I'm trying to avoid snow stalkers as well.
You could go straight through. Thanks, dude.
And the weather, if you see caves like this, stay out of them. You might end up getting lost, turned around. Just stay on the left side of the wall.
Yeah, okay, I did
Go
this,
around.
bitch.
We're looking for a pathway, and we're going to go through that. Which is right here. In the
Well,
very
Mongo
back
soon,
middle.
yeah. I'll play whenever.
From here, we can go up.
Okay, we'll watch to the end.
We're going to stay to the left here.
Okay, no, I'm here. I've seen
Stay
this.
away from the ice worm.
I've seen this.
Okay, the path we need is on the right. Since the ice worm has left for the moment, we're going to give it a
I
shot.
see.
Staying on the right wall.
Oh, okay, I see.
There he is. I wanna
Fucking
keep
bitch.
running. Just run. Just run.
Just run. Okay, I can do that.
Pop some med packs and run right up this pathway. It's actually going to wind up.
Yeah, okay.
Just
I
right
totally
here.
would have thought. Okay.
You're going to see a cave on your right at the top. We're going to go in here.
Why did you take out your torch, dude?
Now, from here, we're going to stay to the left, and we're going
Oh my
to follow
God.
the left wall all the way around.
Okay.
Weather approaching. Seek shelter.
Fuck you. What the fuck? Okay.
Looking for
That's the top.
precursor tech, just like this.
Okay. Oh. What the fuck? I have to fall down? How do I get back?
Still following the precursor tech. We have the ice worm right behind us. We're not going to turn around. We're just going to keep going.
Bro, this is unimaginable. No, but you're right in the back of the same
Now,
place.
the location we're going to be going to is all the way at the other end of this valley. And there's snow stalkers and ice worms.
I'm
You can see the
here.
precursor tech right in front of us, but we're going to stay on the left wall.
I'm
Not
here.
only you can stop here for a few minutes if you need to take shelter from the ice worm.
I'm literally here.
These are bad. Don't eat them.
Why not?
Make sure
They're
yours
the-
are fresh.
Oh,
Just
they went
continue.
bad. I'm literally here, dude.
Got the ice worm
Bitch ass
behind us
worm.
again. Keep running.
Bitch ass worm, dude. Fucking bitch
We'll
ass
stun
worm.
you. Just keep going.
I'm
Take some
literally
more
here.
med packs and go. There's snow stalkers right there. Just keep going. Right on the left. You're going to see this pathway right here. This is where you want to go.
Oh my god.
Go down here. You're going to see the precursor tech. We're going to go to the left. Follow it on.
Fucking
Right
dumbass precursors,
It's the
dude.
doorway.
Okay, I am not gonna follow any of that, dude. What the fuck? Oh, fuck you too, dude. Here we go. Am I going the right way now, bitch? I hope I am. I know I'm probably supposed to go up, aren't I? Just leave me alone, okay? Bitch ass ice worm, dude. Yeah, fucking. Why did you just kill the stalkers, dude? I was here. Now it's nighttime. What's here? Did we find it? Wait, I need an iron cube? Fuck. I don't have an iron cube though. Bro, what the fuck? Was this the correct place? Oh, I think this is just a fucking okay, no, I'm in the wrong place. Okay, we're gonna wait until it's no longer dark, okay? Fucking worm, dude. Okay. Bitch ass worm. How the fuck did they cut through the obsidian, dude? Well, we're camping out here for the night, boys. Oh, shit. Stick, there's some water. A med pack. A battery. And there's food. The fuck, dude? Are there any iron cubes around here? I feel like this is the wrong place. No, don't take me back up. Don't take me back up. Oh, there was another place. Okay, sick. Alright. Classic. Okay, alright. Let's put the sound back on. Thank you, Judge, for the raid. Bro, I am
Destroying
such
the
a...
population itself.
Let's just chill for a second.
They don't
Let me
see
jump
that.
in. I gotta, Hassan, I gotta go pick up my daughter.
Yeah,
over
no,
at our-
this is this was wonderful. I don't want to take up more of your time anyway, guys. Thank you so much for coming on. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Jeremy,
Anytime,
for
man.
coming on. This was wonderful. You know,
Feels
unfortunately, we
birthday,
end up talking
Kaya.
about some of the worst things that are happening in the world, but you guys are doing phenomenal work, and thank you so much for your continued work in the field.
Thank you. Do that thing with BM though, man. Figure out if you can get that person on the show to talk about the scraping of all these videos. I think you'd be a great place to have that conversation.
Yeah, I would love to. I'm gonna DM him right now.
All right. Take care, Hassan. Nice to see you. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you for joining.
Bye. That was Jeremy Scale and Ryan Grimm of The Intercept. Their latest reporting is very instructive. I covered it extensively on my YouTube page if you'd like to go watch that. We talked about the UN report that came out as well recently about the mass rape that occurred on October 7. And now we are going to move away from Israel-Palestine back to the United States of America, back to the election, back
Bitch
to
ass
the,
worm, dude.
back to the Supreme Court, and Donald Trump torching the Democratic losers for trying to remove him from the ballot. In a unanimous decision, the Supreme Court yesterday decided that Donald Trump cannot be taken off the ballot on 14th Amendment grounds, and that states cannot individually choose to take off a candidate from the ballot. Big W for Donald Trump. That was expected.
20 points with black voters. I mean, what's the operation going to look like in this general election? I hear from your advisors that there's going to be no city left behind.
We're going after everything. Look, we have a different country than we had even 2 years ago. This whole migrant invasion of our country, destruction of our country. You look at what's happened to New York and Chicago. You look at what's happened to Los Angeles. We have a much different country in many ways, but also from a voting standpoint. People that were modestly happy 3 years ago are devastated right now. Their country's been invaded. They can't go to hospitals. They can't go to schools. They can't use their playgrounds for their kids. They cancel out the Little Leagues today, where Little Leagues are being canceled out all over the country because you have migrants living all over the parks and the fields. Our country is a mess, and I think you have a much different country than you do. We're going to make a heavy play for New York. We're going to make a heavy play for Virginia, states that generally don't go Republican. I think they're going to go Republican in a lot. I think they've got, frankly, I think the Democrats have themselves a big problem.
Well, it's fascinating what's taking place. I think a lot of people are dumbfounded by your numbers, and especially over this past weekend. And you compound the momentum you got with the Supreme Court decision. Can we talk about your policies for a second? As you know, this President of the United States, when it comes to Israel, is getting protested. Now he seems to be turning on Israel. But the non-committed vote that Biden's getting, they're not going to like you either, because you are firmly in Israel's camp, correct? Are you on board with the way the IDF is taking the fight in Gaza?
You've got to finish the problem. You had a horrible invasion. It took place. It would have never happened if I was president, by the way.
Emerald.
As you know, Iran was broke, Brian. They were broke.
Dude, Donald Trump is almost directly,
Iran was broke.
responsible for October 7th. Like, way more than Biden. Okay? Straight up. Moving the embassy to Jerusalem, permanently recognizing the annexed lands in Golan Heights, and also the Abraham Accords completely writing out Palestinians from the equation is literally some of the major geopolitical reasons as to why October 7 happened. Okay? On top of that, casting aside the Iran denuclearization agreement that they were following,
I don't know, ending up with hooves where
that they were following the terms on, even after he tossed it aside and added sanctions, additional sanctions for no reason.
Well, we did it.
The Iranian government kept
We got the tissue sample. We did it. Is Alan the worm? No.
lit the fucking. He
Alan's
lit
my
the
friend,
entire
dude. Of course
region on
Of course
fire.
he's not a worm.
Like, this is the most expected
Okay.
outcome.
It's time to run back, dude.
They had no money for Hamas, for Hezbollah. They were broke. This would have never happened. And for another reason, they wouldn't have done it to me. I guarantee you that. They did this because they have no respect for Biden. And frankly, they got soft. And what happened here is incredible.
Fuck you too, dude.
That should never have happened. Likewise, Russia would never have attacked Ukraine. Never. You know it. Everybody knows it. And that wouldn't have happened. This is all on Biden.
Do you think the president's in the process of abandoning Israel?
I do believe that, but I don't think he knows where he is, frankly. I think you could ask him a question right now, ask him the same question. I don't think he knows what to say about many subjects, actually. It's really the people that surround him. It's the fascists and the communists that surround him. They're making the calls. They're calling the shots. He's not calling the shots.
What about
Mr.
the
President,
fascists
what
and
you
the
feel about
communists?
Kamala
At
Harris
least he made
calling
a
for a
distinction.
ceasefire in Gaza. Is that something that you support? Or is that something that is totally off the table right now for you?
Look, I hate seeing what's happening. Again, it would
Where
have
am I
never
going,
happened.
dude?
This attack on Israel, and likewise Israel's counterattack, which is what it is, would never have happened if I was president. And you know that, Lawrence.
Where am
This
I
would have
going?
never
Pull
happened. And it's
the
so
worm names?
horrible to watch it.
Bro,
Because,
ask
you know,
a mod.
if,
I'm sorry. I'm
things
so
went
fucking
right,
stuck right now.
In 2020, which they should have.
You can worm the name, chat.
Dude, you know what's
Worm
really
the
funny?
name. Name the worm.
When Donald Trump says communists and
Grew up
fascists
naming
unite
their
side
worm.
by
Awaken
side,
the people
it
and
is
help
like a
them
very
to see
Polish
the
position.
evil doings of
It is
Israel
obviously
and the
ahistorical.
United
Communism
States.
and fascism does not align. They are actually historical enemies. And yet, not only is this the position of like most Polish people and Donald Trump, it has now basically become the position of like a lot of liberals, a lot of Democrats as well that are permanently online. Not the average Democrat, of course, but like a lot of permanently online Reddit-pilled Democrats that you hear about are regularly talking about like the horseshoe between fascism and communism, like extremes on both sides. Like, I think that's a testament to how much dumber we have become as a society.
Okay. I lived, bitch.
I would say. We are getting progressively dumber and dumber and dumber as a society.
Okay,
that
Jason
even like
and LB are two upstream.
people who are outside of the mainstream media's stranglehold that
Sorry, son.
their news from
Just in the middle of
independent
something, dude.
resources.
You could stop covering such important news right now. That'd be great,
I
dude.
think you're wrong if you talk to the average apolitical person. They think communism and fascism are the same, if not aligned, Lamau. Fine, you're
Yeah,
right
I don't give a
about
fuck
that.
what
Yes,
they think,
you
dude.
are right about that. I'm talking about people who are like actively, people who are actively reading and fancy themselves to be more educated voters in general. These are not people that in the past, I think, would have
I want to go through here.
adopted this position, adopted this framing that is like ahistorical.
Yeah, but they didn't for some very bad and sinister reasons. All these people that are dead in Ukraine and Russia and Israel and all these people that are dead, all these areas that are destroyed, people would be leading great lives right now. All of these dead people, much more importantly than the physical, but cities that are just totally wiped out all over the place. We're going to end up in World War III. This is the worst president.
Fuck you, dude.
I like
There's
that
even
he's,
dangerous
like,
shit
also
if I
trying to say
seek the shelter.
this
What
is
the
a
fuck are
way
you
for him
talking
to,
about?
like, because he's constantly reading the room. No. He's literally talking about Gaza, right? He's saying we're going to have World War III because of Biden, while simultaneously saying he would do what Biden is doing, but worse.
Are you comparing my
Thank you for notifications up to
the
my
ability
pineapple.
to read the room better than Biden does.
Yeah.
He's basically saying like what happened on October 7 is bad. What has happened since then is also bad, and it would
fuck
not
is
have
this,
happened
dude?
under my watch. That doesn't mean that he's being truthful or honest. It's just interesting to see his messaging on the matter, trying to triangulate a position where he's stating that like you know, he comes with the recognition that like what Israel's doing is also like kind of crazy, kind of fucked up, but without actually saying it, because God forbid.
But I've got so
you
many
come
fucking
across,
foods.
Anti-Israel in any way.
President in history. He makes Jimmy Carter look phenomenal. Makes
I want
Jimmy
so
Carter
many
look
foods.
brilliant.
Let's have a look at this.
Foreign policy. Let's bring it to
the ethnic cleansing in air quotes. Oh, come on. We had a little hog. You don't have to block them immediately. You don't have to ban them immediately. He said in air quotes, the ethnic cleansing would.
Okay, let's listen to this quickly. Fine if we freeze. I don't care. What's the new stuff? Logs and communication. Dump of batteries. Okay, no. Tunnels. Okay, I don't want to read, dude. Okay, so those tunnels were the ice worm tunnels, dude. Okay, no, fuck that. I'm not going down there. Are you kidding me? No way, dude. You fucking kidding me? No way, dude. I'm not going down there. I don't need it. Okay, it's not canon. Okay, am I almost home, dude? What the fuck, dude? Oh, thank God. Okay. Oh, we lived, bitch. Oh my God. Shut the fuck up, bitch ass ice worm. Yeah, we did the shit.
Opinions are bad. That's a totally separate thing. I didn't say, oh, you're so ugly, that's why your opinions are bad. That's weird that you thought that I was saying that.
Okay. Oh my God.
Anyway, I'll ban this guy if he wants to retaliate. Hamas did have hostages before October 6th, sticks and stones. Hamas had hostages before October 6th.
Really?
No, they didn't. They have had hostages in the past.
You want
I
to
think
call it
that's,
Wormwood-y?
I assume you're talking about that.
Okay, well, now it's called the Wormwood-y. Hopefully we don't need to go visit it again. I don't know. We might have to go back. It's unclear at this stage.
But regardless, one thing to understand here is that Israel itself is not interested
Oh my God, thank
in
God.
ending the ethnic cleansing campaign.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Currently, as it stands,
Sorry, Asana. I've got somebody else I need to talk to.
You have found 2 of the 3 components required for the construction of my corporeal form. This is as close as I have come to autonomy in a long time.
You have such a way with words.
Is that sarcasm?
It was. You're learning.
Hopefully, I will not have time to complete my study.
I was wondering, if you can transfer bodies, why was it important to find a cure when you were infected? Couldn't you just make a new body?
As you can see in the components you have scanned thus far, the forms we require combine biological and mechanical parts. The tissues you have scanned were developed from the DNA of 27 separate alien species.
27? That seems greedy. And wouldn't that mean that anything that infects a body you've manufactured can potentially learn how to infect all those other species?
Yes. That is why a cure was imperative.
Ah, okay. Alright, I see. Thank you for closing that loophole, writers, Subnautica writers. That's definitely a loophole I didn't think of,
and
but
last but not least,
you solved it,
directly
dude.
shooting some of the hostages because they thought
Okay.
that those unarmed hostages speaking Hebrew looked Palestinian.
Okay.
Does feel like Israel's not interested in the safety and security of the hostages at all.
Here's the other thing. I had two. I had two of them. I had two. There we go. I'm going to fucking sleep, dude. Fuck this shit. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mentioned the hostages that they shot.
Female main character political game. Cha-cha, so true. I never thought about it that way. This is a female main character. It is a political game. Okay, let's do the antidote now. I guess we just have to take the antidote there and be happy. Oh, I need to make a new fucking snow fox. Okay, let's make another snow fox and turn the other one off.
What is this? We must call out these dangerous lies, even if others in the media won't. My new series, Debunked, just launched for Zeteo
Second
News.
one down, dude.
The first episode is devoted to debunking the top 7 lies about Gaza, and October 7th. Please do... Oh, and please do subscribe here.
Segment we're calling Debunked. The top 7 lies about Gaza debunked. Lie number 1. There was already a ceasefire on October the 6th, and Hamas broke it. You see it said everywhere by Benjamin Netanyahu, by Hillary Clinton. They all say it, and yet it's completely false. Just 2 weeks before October the 7th, Israeli airstrikes hit Gaza for the 3rd day in a row. And on October the 4th, Gaza Strip protesters received bullet wounds to ankles, medics report. Does that sound like a ceasefire to you? Even over in the occupied West Bank, before Hamas's attack on October the 7th, Israeli forces had already killed a record 234 Palestinians. If there was a ceasefire in place before October the 7th, nobody told the Israeli military. Lie number 2. The priority is freeing the hostages.
Dangerous weather
There's no
approaching.
higher priority, Joe
Seek
Biden.
shelter.
And yet, last month, Israel's finance
I need
minister
some fucking
said
silver.
bringing home the hostages is not the top priority. Hamas must be defeated. Wittingly or unwittingly, the Israeli military has actually killed more Israeli hostages than its soldiers have rescued. In fact, as one Israeli journalist recently tweeted, citing new reporting from an Israeli news website, 10 hostages were killed by Israeli airstrikes in Gaza, some even as the Israeli military had intel they were residing in the buildings that were targeted. The IDF reported
Go
they
find
killed
some
their own
silver.
citizens and then lied and said they died in, quote, Hamas captivity.
Should be a
But
silver
sure,
note somewhere around
it's all
here.
about the hostages. Line number 3. 40 beheaded babies. How can we forget the most emotive and most offensive lie of this entire conflict? A lie that went viral and was repeated by the President of the United States, who falsely said he saw pictures of beheaded babies, even though there weren't any.
We're just fucking straight lying, dude.
In ovens. As Israeli newspaper
Where everyone's like Legion, just
they were all
lying.
lies. In fact, according to data released by Israel's Social Security Agency, tragically there was one baby killed on October the 7th, 10-month-old Mila Cohen, may her memory be a blessing. But in the interests of facts, she was not beheaded. Now, one baby killed is one baby too many, a tragedy, a crime. But 40 beheaded babies is just a cynical, reckless, repulsive lie that was then used to justify...
Did Biden ever address that? No. One thing you have to remember is that if you are lying, but your lies align with the State Department interests, you never have to apologize for it. As a matter of fact, you will get
So
celebrated
true.
for it and you will get elevated for it. On the other hand, however, if you are consistently against State Department propaganda and State Department interests, if you are ever even caught getting something wrong, even if you immediately correct yourself, it does not matter. They will literally badger you.
Me being like, Northern Lion replying to everything with just true.
Okay.
So true. Even when Hassan talking about Palestine.
Is a great example of this. Okay, people still bring up him saying, I would like to wait for confirmation on Khmer Rouge numbers. Okay? Noam Chomsky has been correct on American foreign policy so consistently when the State Department hasn't. And yet, one is an outsider
That's so true.
and routinely yelled at.
Biz or someone else? What is this?
And even considered a tanky by some, it seems, nowadays, which is really
Outlaws
funny because
Trials?
he is a
Nope.
literal fucking libertarian, like in the actual traditional
Nope. I'll
sense,
watch you
not
play
in
it.
the American sense.
I'm not. Okay, I'm scared. Bro, okay, fine. I'll play it with you. But the thing is, you're going to be more scared than me. You know that,
That is
actually.
because he is consistently
You'll be more scared than me. I need to prove to you
America's
that you're this biggest scaredy
imperialist
cat. Okay.
This dynamic
Fuck it,
exists
dude.
for
Unless it's like
anyone and
uber
everyone, okay?
expensive, in which case I might not
You just
play
need
it,
to
but
remember
like,
that.
we'll see.
You need to remember that no matter what. Just, that's it. Take that home with you.
Right, the killing
Okay.
of hundreds of
There should be some nodes around
Line
here.
number 4, there was a Hamas base underneath the Al-Shifa hospital. Remember this video from the Israeli military claiming Hamas's main headquarters were under the hospital? Wow, an
There probably
underground
isn't.
lair straight out of a Bond movie. To this day, we have yet to see any evidence of such a headquarters under Al-Shifa. Sure, as the AP has reported, the Israelis found a
Finally,
pair
we
of
found
metal
some
cops
silver,
in a room
dude.
fashioned from rusty white tile. They appeared to be out of use. Meanwhile, the Washington Post said the underground rooms found by Israel showed no immediate evidence of
Let's go
military use
back.
by Hamas, and Israel has provided no hard evidence that Hamas was using the hospital as a command and control.
This is 7 lies, and yet there are 700 of them, by the way. These are just 7 of the most flagrant ones, I think.
40 USD.
This is Israel's modus operandi. This is how they operate.
I'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll
That's it.
see.
And
It's
the
a
media
little bit
knows it,
expensive,
and
but
they
it's fine.
refuse
It's
to
probably cheaper for
actually
me.
report on it in the way that they would for Russia, for example. Okay? That's it.
But bro, good luck convincing Fizz to play that.
Of criticism that we have for
You're like-
Russia, 2 states that are engaging in similar acts of violence.
Good luck convincing
okay?
Fizz to play that.
Colonial occupation at this stage, annexation, and relentless bombing campaigns on top of a civilian population. And yet one is a foreign adversary, the other one is a ally. Not even a foreign ally, but just simply a state, right? A military base. Look at the way that the media is critiquing Russian statements, even when they're sometimes, in the off chance, correct.
aboard, Captain.
Okay?
Okay.
Versus, look at the way that the media reports on Israel statements when they have very consistently lied about every key detail that justifies their inhumane actions in Gaza and in the West Bank as well. If you cannot see this contrast, I do not know what to tell you.
Control center. The Israeli military lied so that they could attack more hospitals under the same false pretext. Line number 5. You can't trust the Hamas health ministry. Remember what Israeli spokesman Mark Regev said to me on Peacock back in November?
The Gaza Health Ministry says Israel has killed more than 11,000 people in Gaza, including a record number of children. Let me finish my question.
No, but you can't say that. No, but you said you have to say the Hamas controlled Ministry of Health in Gaza.
I have to say what you asked me to say. Why mention Hamas controlled every time? Because you can't trust the health ministry's numbers, right? Except the Israeli military does. The Israeli military has secretly found the Gaza Health Ministry's casualty figures to be reliable and even uses those numbers for its own intelligence briefings. Oh, and the world's most
can I
famous
just put
medical
access
journal, The
upgrades,
Lancet,
please?
found
Thank you.
no evidence of inflated mortality reporting from the Gaza.
As a matter of fact, the numbers might be incorrect as a consequence of the entire hospital infrastructure being diminished to nothing now, and it is an under-reporting of human casualties, not an over-reporting of human casualties. Time and time again.
Insane.
The Hamas-run health ministry's numbers have been checked.
Okay, we're gonna go put this antidote in now.
Israel themselves uses the
And we'll go
Hamas
around and do
Health
shit with the
Ministry's
thing.
numbers. The American State Department themselves use
Get a little bit
the
of organization.
Hamas Health Ministry's numbers. They have always been consistently reliable and trustworthy. Now, if you for some reason did not believe in the Hamas
And by
numbers,
organization, I just mean dumping every single
and
thing
you
into
genuinely
one
wanted
thing.
to know
but,
the truth, and you weren't consistently bombing and engaging in an ethnic cleansing campaign, then perhaps you would allow third-party investigators to go into Gaza. Israel does not. Israel also has a policy of not letting in any journalists into Gaza, and alongside their other policy of executing journalists and their families in Gaza,
Yep.
as this has also been one of the most deadliest conflicts for journalism and journalists in general, more so than the 20-year
Straight just
stint of
murking
Vietnam. In a matter of a few
journalists,
months,
dude.
Israel has killed more journalists and their family members than in Vietnam.
Really fascist
Israel
shit, dude.
also has a policy of only allowing journalists to embed with IDF, and on top of that, go through all of the accounts before they are released to the public. They have final cut approval on what can be reported from Gaza.
Great,
and
dude.
In spite of all of that, due to the proclivity of IDF occupants, militants, routinely showcasing and celebrating their own atrocious acts, and due to the severity of the inhumanity of the Israeli occupying force in Gaza, in spite of all of those restrictions, there is still a tremendous amount of evidence
fucking fast shit, dude,
that we can see with our own two fucking eyes.
Yeah, dressing up as like, and it's not even the first time they've done that.
Gaza Ministry of Health. Lie number 6, there is no hunger in Gaza. That is an exact quote from an Israeli defense official. And it's a lie, obvious. Ask the parents of poor Mahmoud Fatou, the 2-month-old baby who starved to death recently in Gaza. According to the World Food Programme, 4 out of 5 of the hungriest people in the world right now are in Gaza. And lie number 7, the Gazans getting killed today elected Hamas. They voted for them. Put aside for one moment the bin Ladenist logic that says if you vote a way I don't like, I get to kill you. It's just not true that Gazans elected Hamas. It's a lie. Half of the population of Gaza are kids under the age of 18. Most of them weren't even born when the last elections in Gaza took place nearly 2 decades ago. And even in those 2006 legislative elections, Hamas didn't win a majority of the votes cast in Gaza. So, again and again, the Israeli government and its supporters in the West
Tried to show a friend your video talking about Michael Brooks, and my man said your name sounds Muslim, so of course he's not going to believe you. What the fuck do I do with these doo-doo heads, man? It hurts to see friends do this.
Doo-doo heads. Bro, that's fucking insane. Okay, we're gonna go give some of these to some snowstorms. You know what would be good? A fucking fridge. Do I have enough to make a fridge?
You know what I mean? But Hassan, I thought you were white. I mean, my name was Hank. I would be able to get to the thick skulls, the dense skulls of many more Americans. I promise you that. I'll just leave it at that. There is a reason why so many of my interlocutors have chosen not to address the statements that I make and regularly either A, battle against statements that I did not make, B, bastardize my positions and engage in strawman arguments, or directly attack the source by saying that I am an Islamist fundamentalist terrorist sympathizer. The only reason why those concepts actually fucking work so well is because both of the guys you're seeing on screen right now are named Hassan. That's it.
We got a little fridge, dude.
You know, yeah. One of my most pressing...
One of the best things they ever added to Subnautica was the fridge.
One of the things I heard so much was that I should go back to my own country or join the likes of the Houthis so that I could be bombed by the Navy.
Yeah, we're gonna make lots of this
shit. This is not an argument. This is not a criticism of any of the points that I'm bringing forward.
It's also bigger.
It's just simply signaling to other freaks who are also relentlessly Islamophobic that I am not to be trusted. And unfortunately, that's just kind of how it works. Look, I have a tremendous amount of privilege. So, of course, due to that privilege, I can, you know, brush off a lot of these takes. There are plenty who are in a worse situation than myself, who are visibly Muslim.
I'm loving so hard. Good luck, dude.
More so than myself. Morgan is a great example of this. Brogan, as you guys know, who is getting the Ilhan Omar treatment from anyone and everyone right now. It is pure Islamophobia. No matter how hard people try to claim it's actually about what these people are saying, it's not. Okay? Not.
Straight Islamophobia, that's it.
We, on values and on
There's nothing else. They just want to attack Brogan. That's it.
And criticize the state of Israel. criticize the actions
She's
of
Muslim.
Israel as a violent apartheid
And I can't
ethno-state.
fucking... You guys know me. Islamophobia
Our
boils
values
my
are
fucking
also
blood.
aligned with the likes of many anti-Zionist Jews. Okay? From
It makes
the
me
likes of
so
Sam Cedar,
unbelievably angry.
all the way to Felix Biederman and many other media figures, but also, more importantly than just media figures, famous Holocaust historians, Israeli journalists, and the like. And yet, of course, they do not get the same level of attention and the same level of animosity and virulent Islamophobic sentiment expressed towards them.
I'll never forgive Ethan either.
Because the difference is,
Fuck that
you're
shit,
Muslim,
dude.
and Americans are
You don't treat people like that.
after a decade,
No matter what.
or 2 decades of Islamophobic sentiment to justify the war on terror, which we also simultaneously
Well,
acknowledge as
Zionist
a
is slur.
failure.
That's
Are trained to
insanely
say,
brain broken
well, you're
behavior.
an enemy combatant. Even if you
Holy
don't
fuck.
use those terms, and some do, like Destiny, who does use those terms. Others may not use those terms, but have that same energy. This community hates anti-Semitism, which is the reason some communities hate us 99% of the time. This one time it's convenient to flip it around. I'm white as chalk, and I get Islamophobia by proxy when people tell me you're wrong because you watch a Muslim guy is nuts.
Zionism is a slur, dude. Oh, what a fucking idiot. I'm sorry. That is one of the dumbest takes
West
I've
tell
ever
brazen,
heard.
shameless lies about the war, and so again and again we must
Okay,
call out those
let's
dangerous
go.
and deadly lies, even if others in our media won't.
We're on a mission, chat. We're gonna do the antidote now. I don't know if you can do it right now.
Anyway.
I don't know if you're allowed to at this point in the storyline do it, but we'll do it, dude. I don't care. Fucking hate this snow fox so much, though.
Wait,
Bro,
someone
this is
called
why I
in on
go
the
through them
majority
so
report today
quickly
and
because I
accused Sam
hate
of
them.
redefining anti-Zionism and making it for white people. Wait, really? Great. Ridiculous.
It's just so sluggish. It sucks. I hate driving in games
anyone and
anyway.
everyone who consider themselves to be liberal, progressive, but still find themselves in the throes
Oh fuck!
of
Did I not get any
pro-Israeli propaganda, who won't be receptive
Bro,
to
don't tell
someone
me I
like
didn't get
myself
any
who
flares.
watch Sam Cedar. Emma Vigeland and Sam Cedar do a great job covering the atrocities themselves, and they don't even serve 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour.
Well, they'll have to serve some sort of ads if
We
they're
are
on Twitch.
aligned almost entirely,
didn't
almost
know that.
completely. Okay.
Yo, fuck this, dude.
One must then ask themselves why they don't get the same like you are Osama bin Laden take.
Where am I even going? I don't know.
Thank you, anonymous chatter, for the 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. You and Sam are polar opposites. He's a comedian. Yeah, we're polar opposites. You're right.
Oh, it's gonna break, isn't it?
Here's Mustafa Barghouti explaining the reality in Gaza.
Okay, this time I'm getting out to fix it. Okay, I've got one flare. That's enough.
Dershowitz, your guest, is defending the murderous Israeli army because he's famous for defending murderers in American courts. I think he's used to that. He's even famous for defending sex traffickers like Epstein. I want to say that what you see in Gaza now is an act of genocide because 12,000 children have been
Yeah,
killed.
get fucked.
These
There's
are
my
not
old one,
19
dude.
years old. These are 5, 6 years old, and 3 years old, and 2 years old. These are children.
I want to pack
for
you up.
God's
There we
sake.
go.
I am against the killing of 30 Israeli children, which happened on the 7th
Oh,
of
fuck
October.
you. Go
because
away,
they are
dude.
children and civilians. But nothing in the world could justify, because of the killing of 30 children, the killing of 12,000 other Palestinian children. That is unacceptable. You should look at the real figures. 30,000 Palestinian civilians have been killed, and 72,000 people have been injured by the Israeli murderous
30,000 altogether.
This is 4.5% of the population. Hold on. I did not interrupt you, so shut up and let me finish. 4.5% of the population of Gaza have been killed or injured. If that had happened in the United States of America, you would be talking about 12 million people killed or injured in 4 months of time. Is that acceptable? And mostly civilians? 70% are civilians? More than that, Israel is killing Palestinians not only with this terrible genocide with their bombardment, they are killing Palestinians with starvation. This terrible siege, 50,000 pregnant women, Palestinian women, don't find a place to give birth in. 64,000 breastfeeding women cannot help their babies. And more than that, 700,000 people are now starving because Israel is preventing milk, flour, food to the population of Gaza City and the north of Gaza. And more than that, they shoot the Palestinian hungry people when they are trying to get some food.
Okay, Mr.
They shoot
Balgucci,
them
let
and
me ask
kill
you.
them like they did 2 days ago.
Mr. Balgucci,
by
let me
killing
ask you a question.
100 people and 860 others were injured. So my response to you, yes, this is genocide. These are 3 war crimes happening at the...
I just texted Sam and I told him dispel the Zionist accusations by coming on the stream.
I love Sam Cedar. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. Did we go in here already?
We'll have an uncle off. Being so OTT with emotive imagery makes me feel like he feels the need to overcompensate for his substance. What do you mean, dude? What the fuck? Dude, if you're pro-Palestinian and if you're pro-Palestine, if you're even Muslim and pro-Palestinian, if you're white and pro-Palestinian, you recognize that like everything is set up against you. So anytime you're on a broadcast, you have to conduct yourself a certain way. You have to be armed to the gill with facts.
Dangerous weather approaching.
Everyone understands you have to be very careful with your language. You have to be really precise. Rob, so
get fucked, dude.
Brother. Hope you had a good stream.
Go away.
Oh, here is
there's nothing out here, is there?
Who I suspect, ironically, similar to Donald Trump.
Where do we go then?
Is
through here?
Is likely being fed polls that are just false.
What's your message to Democrats who are concerned about your poll numbers?
Please go away.
You guys don't report. I'm winning. 5
Bitch ass.
You guys only look at the New York Times. They're a great paper.
Bro, I just need to get my penguin back.
Mr. President, what's your message?
I'll make you fucking run away, dude. Let me get my fucking penguin.
Putin is back, Biden over Trump for U.S. president. That's so funny. Oh my god, that's hilarious, dude. What the fuck? I actually had the opposite reaction to you when I first found you through YouTube algorithms. It was a video of you reacting to something about our foreign policy and expecting someone with a Middle Eastern accent speaking with experience of surviving the worst American experience. Imperialism. I was like, who is this white Cali bro? The video said Hassan.
Okay, dude, come on. You want this?
What polls is he seeing?
Bitch ass snow stalker.
We'll talk about Elon's like white supremacist ass takes and approach in a second as well. Here is
you want this?
Her hands are tied. The person said, people are not attacking her because they know that this is not her policy. This is Biden's war. This is Biden's failure. I think she would have asked for a ceasefire a long time ago, a person added. Exclusive. Administration officials watered down Kamala Harris's Gaza speech before delivery. The original draft was harsher on Israel about the dire humanitarian situation.
Oh, there's the Leviathan. I have to go up this way.
Why are Kamala's team leaking this? Oh my god. Dude, I am so K-Hive. You don't even understand, dude.
Okay, we're playing it.
K-Hivers activate.
He's playing the song. He's playing the song. He's looking up the song. Oh my god, I know his brain.
Harness the power.
Oh no, he's not. Okay, no, he's not. He's not. He's not. K-Hive, K-Hive, K-Hive,
No
K-Hive.
more old white men. They're preparing in case Biden catches a...
They used to, like, literally, the berserkers, they used to call them Lili.
Democrats trying to give Biden COVID.
That's our K-Hive.
Democrats presenting Kamala Harris as, like,
training themselves. They've been locked away in the mountainside.
Way more anti-genocide than Genocide Joe.
Absolutely. Slapping rocks completely naked. Training themselves.
Just fall out of the coconut tree.
Please click my link, Hassan.
It's probably more cynical. But first thing I saw of you was black, white, because Jarvis and Jordan mentioned you when they watched. Never fell in love with content so fast. Yep.
Everyone's linking it. And he's ignoring all of them, dude. He doesn't like music. He doesn't like music, dude.
From some Trump voters, let's do a little bit of a throwback on Hogwarts. I'm not going to run K-Hive the song right now.
Okay, Trump 24.
Why not, dude?
Or before.
Why not? Why not?
What does that mean to you?
Damn, she whipped that shit out. Boop, boop. That's so sick. That's cool.
Bro, we used to have those for
She's ready
when
to
people
go, baby.
used to run tries. Like in rugby, people have those for when people get tries. Yeah, bitch, run away from me, dude.
Now.
Yeah, I need to get to this Leviathan.
How would that work? Because Joe Biden has been the president, right?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, bitch. Yeah, I'm coming for your whole family, bitch. Fuck you too, man. Aww.
But you just said that it's Obama's third term, but also that Trump is president.
Calling the shots of all this mess that's going on right now and all the disasters that he's caused.
I don't actually have my
Dude, I love
the
that. She's
thing.
saying, like, all the bad things that we're experiencing are Joe Biden and Obama, and all the good things that we are
What is this?
experiencing, which we're not, is Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the president, but Obama and Biden are actually destroying his presidency by fucking it up.
Yeah.
But how is Obama calling the shots if Trump is still president?
Oh, did the flare go out? Fuck!
Telling Biden what to do.
Well, what is Biden if he's not the president?
Well, I have to turn back
He's
in
a
like
bumbling fool right now.
30 minutes.
But why would it matter if Obama was telling Biden what to do if Biden's not president?
Say that again.
Why would it matter if Obama was telling Biden what to do?
I
if
might
Biden
die.
wasn't president.
Oh no, yeah. Oh, sick. Is this a shortcut, dude? Oh, fucking sick, dude.
This is ableism? Dude, come on. It's also content, so it's allowed. Also, at a certain point, you gotta make the distinction, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, is this person genuinely...
Please have a flare for me.
Does this person genuinely have the mental faculties of a 4-year-old?
Are you a flare?
Because of a crippling, medical condition? Or are they just a regular run-of-the-mill Republican?
I'm fucked now, by the way. I am
honestly,
fucked. Like,
the distinction between the two is getting
if
smaller
there's a
and
snow
smaller.
stalker, I don't have a flare anymore.
And I don't know.
I will die.
What else to say? You know, you just gotta cover it as it is. You know.
Little
Lester, for a second.
pengies.
I know in about 2 or 3 weeks with your court cases, if I'm going to believe what I read in the decisions, you have to come up with something like $400 million. How close are you to securing the bond, or what you need for that?
I have a lot of money. I could do what I want to do, but this was a horrible, illegal decision.
Flare,
this
please.
was a decision made up by a crooked judge.
Ah, yay, we got a flare, never mind.
Clubhouse judge. a disgrace with a equally crooked attorney general who campaigned on "I will get Trump," and we're appealing that decision, and we'll see how we do.
That was clutch. Yeah, it was fucking sick. What's this? What's this? Bro, I don't like reading, dude. It's just so much to read. Oh, those are those. What are those? I need to get to the Leviathan. We just did the really roundabout way of trying to get to it, but you know what? We still did it. We're still making it. Okay. Nobody's fucking stopping us. Ah! I've got a flare that now I know goes underwater. We're fucking fine, dude. And we got a water bottle too. Look at that. What's up here? Yeah, well, we'll wait until it's no longer dark, though. Darkness fucking sucks. We'll just chill right here. Nothing will fuck with us here, dude. What are those?
Oil, they get the oil and gas right from Texas
Just
and
want to
other
put
places,
this
but from
antidote, dude.
Texas largely, and I just appreciate it. I saw that vote early this morning. They said, Will's doing a good job, by the way. Will said, you're for Trump, and the whole place went crazy. What about Haley? Nobody, not one person. So all of those people in the diner, I love you.
Right. So speaking of Nikki Haley, she's coming up
I
shortly.
love you. You're my
tonight,
favorite people.
If the polls are correct, and you run the table and you're a week away from locking it up,
You fund
will there
my
be any
crippling
effort
coke
on your
addiction.
side to reach across and say, okay, just like Ted Cruz, just like Marco Rubio, let's make amends and fight on one side? Would you?
Oh my God! At first, I thought he meant reaching across the aisle to the Democratic Party. No, he's saying, "Will you reach across the aisle on the Republican Party to unify the party?" For a second, I was like, "What is this, MSNBC?" Like, oh, he's gonna be like, "Fuck no, those are communist pedophile vampires." Nope, he's talking about the Republicans. Let's see what he has to say. Yeah, true bipartisanship. Republicans that want a 10% extra tax cut for the wealthy versus Republicans that want no taxes for the wealthy. We're gonna get together and we're gonna do a 50% tax cut for the top tax bracket. That's bipartisanship, folks.
You call her, reach out to her?
Look, she said she'd never run against me, and she did.
I'm
She
insulted,
said she beat
I'm not.
Ron DeSantis in the in
Here I am.
Iowa, and she didn't. She ran up and she did. She misrepresents a lot of facts. She's not doing nearly well against. She's not doing very well against Biden. She shows these polls that nobody ever heard of.
Bipartisanship,
You got to
Nikki
tell the facts.
Haley.
You got to tell the truth. The answer is, I want everybody to come together. We're going to have a unified party because our real opponent happens to be named Biden. And he's a disaster. As I said, the worst president in our country. He's destroying our country.
So, Mr. President,
I don't think in terms of Nikki Haley.
Yeah, so
I'll tell you what.
Mr. President, real quickly, because we only got a little bit of time with you, is this your call right now to say, after tonight, Nikki Haley, join me on stage for the good of the Republican Party? Is that your request for her tonight?
Well, there's no path for her to win. Whether she likes hearing that or not, there's no path for her to win, no matter what. Now, today, I should win, hopefully, every state. I won North Dakota last night in a landslide, 87 to practically nothing. There's no path. You just saw the vote in Texas. That was a poll. That diner is a poll. Everybody was 100% for Trump. There is no path. What's she doing other than hurting? Hurting the Republican Party? Now, I have to say this. Democrats gave her a lot of money. Democrats are because as a certain person,
Democrats
Gavin
gave
Newsom
her so
said,
much money.
there was a
Sorry.
man named Gavin Newsom. He interjected himself.
I love when he says Gavin Newscum.
Newsom. Did he say Gavin Newscum? I've never heard
Merch
that.
Boy,
That's
when's
sick.
the new merch coming out? Soon.
Into this. He said she's their best surrogate for the
Gavin
Democrats.
Newscum.
And that's right. She lost when you had
That's
Republican
sick, dude.
primaries
That's a banger.
where Democrats were allowed to vote, and they went in large numbers to try and make me look bad, and I still won. And I won in South Carolina against her. So look, there's no path for Nikki. I wish Nikki the...
Exit poll shows 48% of Haley voters approve of Biden in VA. Nikki yet again borrowing a lot of Biden voters. Yeah, I don't think the... By the way, you can thank mainstream media for this, okay? Virginia GOP primary voters, do you approve of Biden's job as president? Trump voters
I don't think
say
if we go
1%,
down here, it's going to lead us
yes.
out.
What are the 1% of Trump voters that said yes to this, by the way? I need to interview
It
them.
might.
I need to know who that guy is. That one guy. Haley voters say 48% approve of Biden's job as president. 48%. It's because those aren't Republican voters.
Gavin
those are Biden
Newsom.
voters voting in the GOP primary for Nikki Haley. Why are they doing that? Well, CNN's been laundering a lot
sick,
of
dude.
fucking
That's a
pro-Nikki
banger.
Haley messaging.
Gavin Newscum. Oh, sick. I can go and... Yo, I can chill with the pengies? Look at
When
my
in fact,
flippers.
if you want to understand the real...
Bro, I can't imagine that I'm actually running in these flippies, dude.
the real Republican Party voter who will not vote for Nikki Haley. Where is that video? Here it is.
What do you think of Nikki Haley? Did you ever consider her?
Bro, in this game, I can't. You can't walk and chew and chew gum at the same time. Okay.
Well,
Only one
woman's
at a
not gonna be
time.
Good president. She don't have no balls to scratch. She's just gonna scratch her head. All a woman's good for in my book is having babies and taking care of the house that's the
Yo,
old
dude,
thing,
what
you know,
the fuck?
but I'm old school.
We found
So
the
you never even
most fucking
considered her?
sexist
Mainly
voter
because
of
she's
all time.
She's female.
Because she's a
Hell
woman,
yeah, partner.
dude. Yo.
Hell yeah, partner. She ain't got no balls to scratch. He only scratches her hair. God, so awesome. God, I love.
She's got no balls, dude.
I love America so much.
It's so fucked. But it is pretty awesome.
Females, don't take me wrong. Females know what they're doing, but they still got to have a little bit of guidance. Trump would be the one to guide her through the
What do you think of Nikki Haley? Did you ever?
I haven't heard such overt sexism
That's
in
right,
years.
baby. She ain't got no balls.
Okay, we found it.
Best. But she stood up and many, many times said, I'd never run against our president. He was a great president. I would never run. And then she ran.
Not nearly old enough to be that misogynistic. Hello, have you met the average American voter? What do you mean?
And so, you know, those
Yeah,
things you
the
don't
bitch,
like
look
to
at this.
see.
I
You
got a
like to
flare,
see people
dog.
that are truthful.
What are you gonna
With
do
all
with
of that being said,
What are you
our
gonna do with
party
all
has
that
to come
fucking
together because
snow
we have to
stalker
beat the
shit
Democrats. And
But yet you see a
That
flare
Michelle
and you
Obama,
run, bitch.
NBC just reported that Michelle Obama has said she will not run for president.
Well, are you gonna come near me? Huh?
Yes.
She said, "I would love the reaction from a woman in the crowd," and
Vote for a woman, and especially, you know, Nikki Haley. I'm just going to say this. She's probably menopausal. We don't need that.
she said, "How about we vote?"
What the
Bro, there is nothing. Dude, let me tell you something, okay?
True.
Classic. Classic. You need to understand something, okay? Women are so much more ruthless to other women when they want to be.
Yeah.
In an infinitely more clever way than a man could ever. Okay?
Women
In a
are
more,
so dumb,
like,
dude,
cutting,
but I back every single one of
conniving-
you hoes, okay?
She said,
All right.
no, she's menopausal. Women on women crime, dude.
So
Yikes.
true.
Vote for people
So
regardless of their
funny.
gender, just the right person for the job for America. NBC.
Okay, let's go do this.
That's crazy.
And then we're just back on our bullshit. And then
That
we're
was
done
so
with this whole
cunty of
area,
her.
I'm pretty
I know.
sure.
She was kind of serving a little bit.
We're just dealing with this antidote.
She was serving a little cunt.
think we already have it. I don't know if we need any more.
Wait, hold on.
Hold on. This is an important part of the game.
I believe the antibacterial agent was effective. Without it, the bacteria could have spread. Now it cannot. Your sister's memory will live in you through this gesture.
Feels good. Doing this one last thing for Sam. I feel like I got some closure.
My people do not experience endings as you do. Do humans feel joy in realizing that you've reached the end of something?
Sometimes. Closure is a sense of resolution, like knowing that even though it still hurts, it'll be okay. I did what I came to do. I found out what really happened to her, and I got to finish her work. I learned a little bit more about the person I've looked up to for, well, my whole life. I wish I'd told her that more. Sam always wanted to make a difference. She wanted the bacteria contained to keep everyone safe. I'm grateful to give her that. I just wish I could have said goodbye.
The sister died. She died trying to sort this out. I'm pretty sure she was killed by an ice worm. Like this platform here. She died here. She also crashed a fucking, it's not even Fizz said yes. Okay, well now you gotta organize a date. I actually can't, it's a bit unclear, but part of the guy who worked here also died in the same circumstances, but she also crashed a fucking, a thing into, like she crashed a... Look, what else did she do? I'm trying to think now. She crashed a sea truck into a like nuclear fucking like reactor. I don't know if she survived that though. It's really confusing. It's not entirely clear from the storyline. I guess we'll watch a synopsis after this, but only for those that like don't know the game. Okay, now we're going back. I'm going back home, boys. And fuck am I taking out my snow fox. I'm just saying, I fucking hate this dumbass fucking snow fox. I am going home. I'm going. It's just one last time, just in case we forgot anything. I'm going home. Going. Hi, Fizz. Fizz, you didn't protect me from the fucking ice worms, though. So, you know, I've just been battling this shit out, but I can say goodbye to this frozen wasteland now. It's just sad, because this guy who lived here, the security guy, also died. Along with my sister in this game. It's sad. So sad. It's a sad, sad situation. And it's getting more and more upset. Okay, now I need to deal with these fucking bitch-ass, snow stalkers, dude. Let me just see if there's anything else I need here. Like, they've got these things, these root things. Do I need this? No. Let's just see if there's anything I need. Now, some of you, the astute among you, might be asking, why are you running with a flare? Well, you'll see in a second why. Also, the snow stalkers are fucking broken in this game. Like, I've played this before and they are very bugged out. But, you know what? I'm sure they'll patch it, dude. Anyway. See, like, we haven't... This is like, that's an ice worm carcass. Bro, please don't tell me there's an ice worm here. No, I've got a flare. I'm fine. I only need one flare. I need shelter. This is not this is very not shelter. Fuck. Bro, that was a tiny fucking fall, dude. Yeah, that's bigger. That was a baby fall, dude. You don't need to complain about that shit. Okay. Friday, 3 p.m. PST. Or 3 p.m. PST. What's the time in PST right now? Yeah, okay, I don't care. Sure. I'll stay up. 3:24, okay. Sure. Yeah, okay, we can do it. That's fine. I need to get back now. Sorry, I'm very focused on this game. And I'm focused on not dying. Where is the fire robotic station? That's the Leviathan. Where are you? Show yourself, bitch ass fucking snowstalker. I will fuck you up, okay? Show yourself, bitch ass. I'm not afraid of you. Oh, you came out of the water, bitch? Yeah, look at this. Look at this shit. Were you just fucking up those pangies? Look. No, get back in the water, homie. Get back in the water. I got a flare, dog. Get back in the fucking water, dude. Alright, buying. Fine, I'll buy it. Hold on. I just need to get back. Oh no, don't you dare come after me, bitch. Look at I've got a flare, dog. Run away, homie.
Dangerous weather approaching.
Shut the fuck up. I'll tell you what's dangerous. The fact that there are no humans on this island except for Marguerite. Okay? And that my sister's dead, okay? Dead sister plus, like, no human beings, okay? That sucks. But I do have a flare. Oh, should we check out this one? Let's check out this one. Okay, let's go penguin win. Fucking love this game, dude. I'll take that quartz, even though I can't take it. Is nothing else? Is it just gonna be quartz? Sag. When it gets stuck, it goes, look. 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 It gets stuck, it goes. Do it again. I just went, ouch, dude. Yeah, there wasn't anything here. Alright, got him. Okay. See you later. Okay. I'm almost home. We're going home. I'm going home. Tell the world that I'm going home. Let the rain wash away all the pain of yesterday. I know my freedom away. Never forgiving my mistakes. I'm going home. Going home. Yeah, you ready, bitch? Yeah, I know you're ready. Look at this, homie. Hey, have you ever seen a flare before in your life, dude? Yeah, get fucked, dude. Holy moly. Who would have thought that a fucking flare would be able to deal with you, motherfucker? Yeah, no, I'm chasing you all the way home. Get fucked, motherfucker. I think I need to go down here. Sorry, it does look like I'm following you, but I'm really not, I promise. Okay. I need to go this way. Whee! Yeah, it got dark quickly, hey? Oh, it was just a fucking... That happened. There are more eclipses on this island. No tapping the glass. I will tap that glass super hard, dude. Oh shit, more minerals. Okay, we're done with this area. We are officially done. I'm leaving. I'm fucking gone, dude. Oh, we're done. Now we're just water-based now. Okay, fuck this island. Fuck this place. Fuck everything about it. Okay? Fuck what I've built. Fuck the snow fox. Fuck it all, dude. I'm sorry. I hate this shit, dude. This was shit. Everything about this sucked.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
We sorted out the antidote. I'm taking all this fucking food and I'm leaving, dude. I've got tons of water, homie. I'm gone. I'm putting it all back in the fucking base. Okay? I haven't seen Need Mao in a long time. I think they might have changed the username. Also, sometimes people just touch grass. Sometimes Kaz will just be gone for like a month. Okay, we'll put his song back on.
Black academics and liberal black writers in outlets like The Root. It is a way to, and I've talked about this before, it is a way to launder the same old, antiquated, deeply racist black male stereotyping, presenting a black man as an aggressive figure, but with liberal terminology. You're basically running into the same exact, you're finding a way to stand on the progressive side while repeating the same old fucking narratives that black men are uneducated and violent. It is infinitely more complicated than that.
Put all the food and water in here, dude.
And I don't
that
like
just full
that.
of food.
I don't like that kind of sentiment at all. I feel like we're shadowboxing right now. No, we're not. This is something I've talked about quite a bit, as a matter of fact. Anyway, but I do see the Democratic Party's inability to capture the attention of many voters, especially less educated voters, and the Republican Party, through a concerted effort of misinformation, propaganda, and hammering on social conservatism that exists in every facet of society, but especially more so.
I might stop calling you Majesty soon, bro. Gooby, you never had to. It was just a bit that you've never stopped.
Taking advantage of the lack of interest from the Democratic Party in
wishing you all the best,
votes,
Gooby,
and taking those votes away. In the past, the Democrats were able to skirt along comfortably in a lot of these demographics.
I never was like,
the ones that
go
did
there.
Not vote would not dare vote for the Republican Party.
You right now, you need to call me your Maj, okay? You started that all on your ace, okay? I never asked for it. Motherfucker.
As a means to continue capturing the attention of the white voter base.
Leave one here.
The majority of the white voter base.
Leave all this shit here, dude. Whatever.
However, nowadays I do think that you know, with the lack of interest in offering anything positive to vote for the Democratic Party.
Take all the water. I'll also put that here.
You're finding more and more black men, especially within the black voting bloc, go to the Republican Party.
It's a bit sad saying goodbye to like a place after a while, but I do think that we're done here.
It is important to emphasize.
I don't think we need to come back here ever again.
For this piece said, Trump's life is not available to you, bro. Like, we can't be out here, no matter how fly our sneakers are, with 91 counts against us hosting rallies and pursuing the presidency of the United States. There's definitely a double standard there. But what I
just in case.
Remember the whole FD video about how the black vote for Republicans, specifically the black male vote for the Republican Party, is greatly overblown by mainstream media when compared to actual data? I wouldn't be surprised if this is still the case. No, I don't. I think it's like, it's certainly being exaggerated, but I do think it spells trouble for the future prospects of the Democratic Party. And this has been an ongoing, consistent trend. I think that this is a consistent trend.
Is that there are 3 or 4 parts of the puzzle. The overall, we got to understand, is a game of margins. There's not a huge Blexit of black people exiting the Democratic Party, but when elections come down to tens of thousands of votes in a handful of states, every vote counts, and there are some that are not willing to be counted for Joe Biden. For instance, there are issues of concern about the economy, justice agenda, and basically promises made that haven't been fully delivered on. There's challenges with how this administration has supported Israel in its bombardment.
I mean, how are we not going to talk about this with the uncommitted campaign and how successful it was in a place like Detroit? You know what I mean? People are literally forgetting that there are plenty of young black voters which would normally vote for the Democratic Party, just like the rest of the voter blocks in that same age demographic, not wanting to vote for the Democratic Party. It's that simple. That's it. That's literally, that's it. And Biden is demonstrably refusing to fucking even hear out a lot of these demographics that the Democratic Party consistently takes for granted. It is nutty. And a lot of the interests of these demographics, specifically younger voters in general, anything under the age of 40, for example, okay? Anything under the age of 40 that normally allowed Biden to win in the last election, everything that they're doing right now that positions them as the party for the real, like, educated, wealthier, former Republicans in the suburbs and whatnot is directly at odds with those other demographics that voted consistently and reliably for the Brandon regime. That's it. And when those when those voters don't vote or don't poll as though they're going to vote for the Democratic Party, all of a sudden there's less voters overall and more there's less black voters overall, so there's a higher percentage of black voters that are seemingly voting for the Republican Party. My very lived-up black father voted no preference today without me even telling him. It's an actual campaign. He voted to explicitly he told me he explicitly voted no preference to protest the war in Gaza. People are tired of the Dems.
Okay. I'm back. I have returned.
One thing you have to remember is that as people who are genuinely really interested in politics in this community,
I think we leave now.
We observe a pattern of voting behavior that is very different than the average person.
Take one of these just in case.
The average person is not motivated to do harm reduction. A lot of the people that don't vote, that's why there's a fucking plurality of people that don't vote in this country, something that keep repeating over and over again for a multitude of different factors, but one of the significant factors is that if you don't have something to vote for, you're not going to go out and vote.
Bye, Sam.
Especially when there are also logistical hurdles into voting. That's it. It's that simple. In many ways, it is that fucking simple.
Goodbye, Worm Missy. Goodbye.
And yet, for some reason, people refuse to reckon with that. And it does seem like a lot of the Democratic Party professionals are professionally refusing to.
Now we need to just deal with this alien shit now. Okay.
The notion that harm reduction voting is the only way that the Democratic Party will ever win elections is a devastating prospect for the future of this party. At a time when if they had a more positive approach, when they actually could show that they have that they have like something to vote for, they should be winning by massive margins.
Well, Mercy just wanted to be borrowed.
This helped people.
Well, Mercy came out of the fucking borrowed to fuck with me, dude.
Because of the Israeli war cabinet. Is that acceptable?
There's nothing acceptable about the dire situation on the ground in Gaza in terms of the lack of food, lack of water, lack of medicine, in some cases a lack of fuel. That shouldn't be acceptable to anybody. So short answer to your question is no, it's not acceptable, and that's why we continue to work with our Israeli counterparts, as I said in my opening statement, and you've heard the president say as well, and the vice president, that it's time for Israel to open up more crossings and allow more aid in.
Does the administration still believe it's more effective to withhold public criticism of Netanyahu in order to have more sway in private? And is that private sway waning?
I don't think I'm going to accept the premise of that question. I mean, we have been nothing but candid and forthright in private with our Israeli counterparts, and certainly in public in the comments that we have made. You've heard again from the president and the vice president
we got
just
lots
recent
of
days,
shit.
Expressing very clearly what our concerns are with the humanitarian situation in there and how it is unacceptable and how we need
you
the
left your
Israelis
lights
to step
on.
up and do more.
Damn, dude. Where's your fucking IDF badge that you were wearing? Where's the dog tags, bitch? Why'd they start the airdrops for good PR? No, dude, it's just, there's famine. That's it. Children are fucking dying because they don't have food. What do you think is going to happen to the collective consciousness when those images become more and more commonplace? That's it.
He's right.
The real question should be why airdrops and not on the ground military members? That's the real question. Why isn't there aid right now being held up at checkpoints? There are. Why can't they get Israel to let that aid in? Why airdrops? Why not directly send in the aid? And it's not just airdrops. They are now also possibly going to bring in aid through the sea line.
Oh, shit, I didn't mean to eat all of those.
Think about that. Last time that happened, someone broke through the Israeli
like
blockade.
fire
It was a
nutrient
Turkish,
bars.
flotilla called Mavi Marmara, led by Mavi Marmara, and the Israeli military airdropped into the fucking flotilla and killed everyone in it, and then claimed that they were terrorists.
More.
The president, the vice president, and you, for that matter, have both said that the situation with getting aid into Gaza is too difficult. The vice president said that Israel needs to allow more aid in. No excuses. What is preventing the...
Airdrops are 1000% PR bullshit, bro. Come on. No, the real reason for the airdrops is, well, obviously it's for PR, yes. But the real reason is because the situation on the ground is devastating. Do you understand?
Everyone's just dying,
way,
dude.
For those of you saying the airdrops are legit expired MREs, that's not even halal, it's such a joke. That is not the first time that the American government has done a PR aid drop like this to a Muslim population that was withstanding an ethnic cleansing. I remember the famous... Fuck, I think it was in Albania, right? The famous there's literally a statue of it, of an airdrop in Bosnia, with the canned food that they sent in was not halal. It was like pork.
But I think like at this point, like,
so that's consistent.
Insane.
Let me see if I can find it. It was expired
Got
too.
tons of food in
it's
here.
not the first time that's happened, and it won't be the last.
Can't even send good food, dude. What a fucking insane thing. Absolute insanity.
Here it is.
Just always keep one or two. Halal, I mean, look, I think...
This monument is a huge replica of the eye.
Muslims can, yeah, you can. But I think at that point, if you're starving, you can't feed your kids. I don't know, I feel like they'd be like, I have to eat this, you know? It's so fucking insane, dude. Like, I've always thought, like, about those American TV shows, if, like, one of the reasons why we never see Muslim people on them is because, yeah. Yeah, you can eat pork if your life depends on it, yeah. Anyway. I believe it's forgiven under dire circumstances. Yeah, that's what I thought as well.
The president from communicating to the Israeli government that if they don't allow aid, we will not continue supplying weapons. Why is that not a fair trade? No aid, no bombs.
Because the president still believes that it's important for Israel to have what it needs to defend itself against a still viable Hamas threat.
Right,
Maybe some people have forgotten what happened on the 7th of October, but President Biden has not.
How does keeping aid out of Gaza contribute to Israel's right to defend itself?
Keeping aid out of Gaza is not the right thing for any purpose. It's not about... It's just not acceptable on the face of it, as I told Selena. And that's why we're working more than any other country, by the way, to increase the flow. I mean, it is U.S. aircraft that are dropping this food out of the sky in the last couple of days.
Yes, but you keep saying, and you said yesterday, the holdup, that the problem
36,000, 40,000 meals
being delivered on the ground. And that's the Israelis and to some extent the Egyptians, but mostly the Israelis. How is that? And you said it's not acceptable earlier.
You're looking at this as a zero-sum game. Like, yes, you are, sir. It's, well, if they're not doing what you want, then cut off the aid so they can't defend themselves. That's not the way we're going to do this. It's not the way we have done this. They have a right to defend themselves. They need the capabilities.
Shut the fuck up.
They need the capabilities to do that. There's aid that's desperately in need.
Defend yourself from, like,
we can do that too.
Starving
we can do both.
Palestinians,
both are
dude.
important, and both are going to be pursued by this administration. I know you don't approve of necessarily the policy choices that we've made, but we, and I'm answering them. We can do both. We can influence our Israeli counterparts
just said
to do
both,
more,
dude.
to be more careful, to let more aid in, and we can continue to work to get that aid in ourselves.
One more follow-up then. Israel,
okay, we need to go
media,
find the rest of
Israeli
these
Defense
things now.
Forces and industrial base are ramping up or preparing to ramp up domestic production of weapons that are currently U.S. supplied, including dumb bombs, firearms, that sort of thing, to be commenced next year, 2025.
All right.
Is the president concerned that this would lower U.S. leverage, and is there a window that's closing during which the U.S. has the leverage and influence to get the Israeli government to do certain things with respect to human rights, for instance, allowing more aid into Gaza?
The president's concerned, as I said, about
when they say the window's closing, they mean like too many people are going to die.
Israel being able to defend
it's too late, and it's already too late. Is he saying out loud that food being given to hungry people endangers others? He's acting like the aid is secretly weapons. I think I guess no charitability is required here, but if I were to be charitable, I would say that they consider the food aid to be dangerous as in like, because there's no internal security because Israel killed everyone. That when food is dropped like this, or when food aid is given to the Palestinians due to the starving conditions, that there's chaos. That's what they're trying to say. And the answer to that is
Sleep module.
Literally, the answer to that is to stop the bombing campaign. Like, that's it. You don't give a shit about the safety of these people if you're blowing them up. Like, you can't use a problem that you created, the problem that Israel created. Sure, you, Israel, whatever, doesn't matter. Guy literally does wear IDF dog tags regularly, so I don't differentiate between the American State Department and Israel. You can't fucking point to Israel's actions.
Should be charged by now.
Too hard to bring in fucking humanitarian aid to a population.
Okay.
Itself against
Let's go and find ourselves some alien shit,
their defense
dude.
industrial base plans and intentions. They're a sovereign country. They get to make those decisions, and we respect that. They're also a key ally and a partner, and we respect that alliance and that partnership as well. The other thing that's keeping the president up at night is the humanitarian assistance and the humanitarian situation on the ground
Keeping
in Gaza.
him up at night, dude. He's tucked in his jammies, and he's like, oh man, Jack, so sad. Yeah, Israel being a sovereign nation is the most laughable fucking thing, dude. Okay, if they're a sovereign nation, you don't have to run defense for them publicly and politically, and you don't have to give them weapons, okay? So if they're a sovereign nation, do what you would do to a sovereign nation. First of all, you want to know why Israel's not a sovereign nation? Because a sovereign nation doing this would imply that we would bomb them, okay? Oh, they're a sovereign nation? Really? If when a historic enemy of America does shit like this, operate concentration camps, we fucking do D-Day, okay? Suck my dick, sovereign nation. Look at what we've done to a sovereign nation that has done Israel shit in another country. Russia. I don't see no arms shipments going from NATO nations into Hamas right now, okay? I'm not seeing arms. Israel is not a nuclearized state, right? Wink, wink. They don't have any nukes, right? Wink, wink.
Yeah, get electrocuted, buddy.
Shouldn't be a problem for you
Literally
to
the only weapon that was ever given to us in Subnautica.
Nation, right? They don't have nukes.
Okay, we're close. We're still super far down.
Come on.
That's why he has ordered these airdrops. That's why we continue to urge very, very stridently the Israelis to open up more crossings on the ground to supplement the aid that's already getting in and to try to.
I know where the atomic are hidden. The family atomics. Israel has 92 atomics. Family atomics.
Prove what's not getting in, and that's why, as I said in my opening statement, the president also has.
I'm sorry, that's such a cool way to refer to nukes. The atomics. The family atomics.
The team looking at maritime options.
Rising temperatures detected in mineral-rich fissure below.
Sick, man.
Don't be like this, dude.
Brazil's vice president shared this thank you Japan image to thank Toyota for making large investments in his country. He stands over characters from Dragon Ball, Cardcaptor Sakura, Naruto, Saint Seiya, and Pokemon. Unfortunately, the kanji on his kimono are backwards.
Where is it?
That's sick.
An invasion in response to the Hamas October 7th attack in Gaza. And there's a failure of this idea of saving democracy not being tangible.
ADL to honor Jared Kushner for Israel work, calling it pivotal for hostage negotiations.
Marguerite logs.
Bro, Anti-Defamation League is just...
There I was, 500 meters below sea level. Chunks of the sea base sank around me. One hand gripped the monster's scales. The other was clamped around the shard of metal I'd lodged into her eye socket. A Reaper. Wounded, maybe, but still deadly. I'd already taken out one eye. I damn near carved out the other. We were headed for the
I did pause
void
this
at the
on, yeah, we're
crater's
listening
edge.
to this.
Blinded, she was spiraling deeper. I had a choice. Hold on, or let go.
I'm pausing in a second, okay?
Dear life as she took us deeper. I had 1 minute of air in the tank. Back then, I could go another 3 with what I had in my lungs. So I had 4 minutes to kill the Reaper, minus a few to get back to the surface. It ain't that I like killing folk. It's just sometimes what you need is on the inside of someone else's ribcage. I killed that beautiful, terrifying creature, and I made for the surface. When I caught my breath, I realized we'd come further than I thought. I was surrounded by watery void, just me and ocean. Nothing else.
Bro, how the fuck are we gonna get there, dude? Yeah, I might as well get these. I've got no idea. Quiet, Turk.
Damn! I got one. Yo! That's crazy. I was not a part of the... I was never logged by the ADL ever. They said I've justified the atrocities on October 7. And then it's, what the fuck? Hassan Piker murder Israeli babies, Young Turks Twitch. That's what the article links to? That's crazy. Justify the atrocities? Couldn't you technically sue them for saying that? Yeah, dude, what the fuck am I gonna do? I don't give a...
Let's get some air. And I need to go on foot.
Yeah, Tim Hoots and Charlemagne got me
this
on
way?
there. That's crazy. Higher lol overruled.
Oh shit, there's a thermal plant there. Well, we'll grab these diamonds. These diamonds are still not easy to find.
It's useless, but they did decent work here. The candidate atop the Republican ballot for Missouri governor says he was only
No, we might as well get everything we can.
member. That's awesome.
Well, I guess we have to go back up again because we went too far down. Fuck.
Could also sue for the murder babies line where he was talking about how you should not murder babies. I know. It's crazy that like people tried that shit and they were like, he wants to murder Israeli babies, and that's like a line that people still go with. And it's like, no, my position is no baby murder. Like objectively, I am anti-murdering babies unless it's abortion. Okay. Unless it's abortion, brother, then I'm all for baby murder. You know.
Unless it's abortion, dude. I mean, like, look. Being pro-abortion is inherently...
Doug McClanahan? No.
like a Jewish thing as well, dude. So... one...
For so many people
Let's
on the
get
ground
all
who
these
don't
diamonds,
experience
dude.
democracy,
Two.
that kind of message doesn't fully resonate with enough people. So we're starting to see some of his numbers slip from 91% in the last election down to as low as 75%. Again, it's a majority, but margins count.
That is really, really fascinating. You've seen with his campaign, it really did kind of start with this defender of democracy narrative, and then they've started to change that dialogue.
Have you seen the Republican posting a deep-fried fetus? What? You mean like a deep-fried meme? Am I pineapple? Be like, wait, why haven't I heard about this? This is supposed to be my strange fact. I'm supposed to know about this before anybody else. Real. You know I'm right, dude. Oh, I just ate chicken tenders too. I'm too booming to hear about this.
My representation of what I think is going on here. This is not simply a case of Black Americans or Black voters choosing a side over another side, but there is a flagrant humanitarian crisis playing out. There are orders of magnitude, massive amounts of death, of starvation, of siege that are playing out. and an administration which was very slow to call for any sort of humanitarian pause, humanitarian corridors in this conflict. And these pastors, one of whom I spoke to, are feeling this from not just their parishioners, but their community and their constituents. There is, as one of them put it to me, a moral conundrum here. And there's a level of frustration that so much U.S. money and U.S. weaponry, so essentially in our names, is going to what's playing out on everybody's screens and everybody's pockets and everybody's phones. So there is a deep sense of catastrophe playing out, not only from afar, but that we are playing a role in. And that is a very hard pill for some people to swallow, even as they also stand with a lot of the alliances we have experienced with the Jewish community here in this country.
But Baratunde, help me understand then, is there a sense that you will not vote, a voter who feels this way will not vote for President Biden, or perhaps not even vote for President Trump, but it doesn't strike me that there's nothing in Donald Trump.
Sorry, what did I do? Sorry. This is just a major moment. I think this is the last thing we need to do. Chat, I'm ending the game today. I've decided. Subnautica.
But I cannot yet tell whether the others survived. Still, it holds valuable information. I hope you will find more. The network is indicating more of my people's technology, but the images I am receiving are fragmented, repeating. I am struggling to locate them precisely.
Fragmented images? Why would
Do we finish the game today, chat?
Theorize that the locations are deep.
Okay.
Shielded by a refractive material.
I'll finish the fucking game.
Perhaps amongst large crystal formations.
If I get one sub right now, I will stay awake and finish the whole game. If I get one sub, one whole sub, dude, like the video. I'll finish the game, dude. I'll finish it so hard. There we go. Go pay it. Thank you for the game. Okay, we'll finish the game, dude. You got it, go pay. Alright. Whole stream. It's already 11-hour stream. It's about to be a fucking longest stream ever, dude. It's okay, though. As long as no one comes in here and says, oh, well, you should have gone to bed, then I'm fine. If anybody says that, though, they can fucking, like... You can yeet them, okay? And then they, yeah. Really Yankee your chain on this one? If I get... Bro, okay, here's the deal. I have to monetize it. Wait, hold on. Where is the fucking, where did I put it? Oh, there it is. I went through the wrong hole, dude. I am such a fucking child. Oh my god. I'm literally... But where is it? Oh my god. Turn in your crown homework? No. Yeah, I've only got 54 seconds left. Which one is it? Not that one. 42 seconds left. Yo, I'm a little bit cooked, hey? Okay, you know what? We do this.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
Woo! Woo!
Oxygen.
Woo! Okay.
Our searches have been useful, but ultimately I have no definitive evidence as to the fate of my people. The network I hoped to rejoin may no longer exist. I cannot feel it.
There could be a million reasons for that. Like, what if the network had a system update? They're on version 2001.4 and you're still on version 14.2.
That would make me incompatible. How would I even begin to plan my upgrades?
Okay, that's not what I meant. Bad example. You still know how to get home?
Yes.
So don't give up. Go there, see for yourself what happened.
You are expressing optimism, but it is not supported by probability.
Hope isn't based on statistics. It's born from a drive for something better. There's a poem Sam loved. Hope is human. Hope is... Oh, right. Hope is the thing with feathers.
This does not match any fauna designation I can find in your PDA.
It's a line from a 19th century Earth author. Emily something. Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tune without the words and never stops at all. I promise we'll get answers one way or another, Ellen.
Adding hope to your database.
Fucking liberal game, dude. Bitch ass liberal game, dude. Emily Dickinson? Probably. There's Hassan. He's back.
Jake Tapper would say the Shahada. Yeah. Ultimately, my point is, no matter what the groundswell of support is for a particular position, when it comes down to it,
research hope.
American foreign policy is going to go in one direction, and one direction only, and we have no say on it. We don't even have any say over fucking healthcare either, to be fair.
What happens in November is yet to be seen. I am sure some of these folks want there to be a more significant policy change. I'm sure some of them may not vote at all or may vote for a party. I'm sure the vast majority are not going to flip from Biden to Trump over this issue. I don't think people are that short-sighted or that unclear in their thinking, but they're looking for some outlet to express what is playing out before them and strikes them as very morally challenged. And I think on the economic argument,
I think we have to elect Trump so liberals will finally fight against injustice isn't a terrible argument. No, it is a terrible argument because Trump was already president and liberals did fight against injustice. Guys, never forget Kamala Harris voted for Medicare for all, only to then turn around and run against it against Bernie Sanders. Okay, it means nothing. Liberals saying that they're for something when they have no power means nothing. Liberals, when Republicans control Congress and the White House, literally will be like, I'm a radical revolutionary Marxist-Leninist. I want to restore the Vanguard Party. I want to seize control over the means of production and deliver it directly to the proletarian so that we can implement a true proletarian dictatorship. Okay? They say shit like that when fucking Trump is in office. And then the moment that they're in it, the moment that they sniff a crumb of power, they're like, we should kill communists, actually. We're the ones who are going to be doing the most communist killing. Not a real thing at all.
if you're in a community that hasn't received resources, that is being reflected back in a tough on crime language from the 90s, and you see a surge of financial resources in a war, but you don't see a surge in your own community, which sometimes feels like it's at war, then that's a sense of disconnect. As Pastor Mike told me, it's a sense of dissonance. And so how the Biden campaign and the Biden administration respond to that sense of dissonance, they have opportunities to do that. And
we didn't get the eggs for the little babies. Fuck, okay, I'm gonna have to do that now, okay. Otherwise, you guys are not gonna let me, like, I have to give you the full experience. We have to get the baby eggs. The little, like, little baby things. But I have to watch a video to figure out how to get them. Otherwise, okay. If we get another gifted sub right now, I'll spend the extra hour to get the fucking eggs to hatch so you can see the little babies instead of ending the game. We get one more gifted sub.
You can definitely not cover the bombing of the Associated Press building and shit like that.
Yeah.
You shouldn't. You shouldn't avoid covering
no
such
sub,
things, but
fine.
they did.
Fair.
The difference, however, is that
We've got so much shit now.
This is an issue that
Thank you, Lily, for the gift.
a shit ton of liberals and even some Republicans alike. As
Okay,
it
well, we're
pertains
full
to
on this, but
Israel's devastating, unconscionable acts.
we'll throw this all in the default folder. Here's the default folder, chat.
Think about many people even in this community.
Red Crystal.
That for
Okay,
the
we're gonna
first
finish
time
this game
ever
today.
Came to terms with Israel being an apartheid state.
We're
This
so
is the
mineraled up,
first time
boys.
Many people even found out what Israel was fucking doing. Okay?
Let's get in bed. I loved it. It's literally amazing, Fledgling.
Crazy because Israel's
You're having
been doing
way too
this
much
for
fun.
75 fucking years. Never to this severity, I guess, but still.
Yeah. What of it?
There are a lot of people even in this community that have just
Bro, I'm
found
on
out
my exploiting my audience
And
arc,
it's not like I
okay?
haven't been covering it for 10 years. I have, but it doesn't matter. People don't see it.
Now to a major international issue affecting the campaign, America's policy in the Middle East.
Okay.
The White House is intensifying calls for a ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas
Need to go get
war.
these. Now let's
Even
go to
hosting-
bed.
Young people's favorability of Israel dropped 26 points in a year. In 2023, 18 to 35-year-olds had a 64% favorability. Now it's at 38%. That's a
Yeah, how do we get the little
26 point
babies? We're gonna have to
difference,
figure that
dude.
out. Okay. Well, the first thing I need to do for any of that is build a structure to be able to hatch them.
11 points for 35 to 54-year-olds. Yeah, boomers don't give a fuck. Why? Why is 55 plus 74 to 71? Think about that. Why? They don't got access to social media. They only fucking watch TV. That's it.
We can hatch a lot of
That's
eggs
the
in here.
difference here. If you even get a
Vegan's gonna
crumb
be
of
like, what are you
social media
doing?
Feeds, and
Bro,
you
this
get
is just gonna be
news
like
from
that
social
hotel.
media, you're gonna be like, this shit is fucked up.
That fucking
Old people,
broke.
on the other hand, their social media feeds are so brain broken. That's the one feed that doesn't receive any pro-Palestinian messaging or any messaging
Yeah, we need to
at
get
all
some
from what is
lithium.
going on in Gaza. They also have a lifetime of
titanium.
pro-Israel propaganda that was, you know, that was hammered into their brains.
We're gonna build it off of the side of the fucking thing. Yeah, we can build it off this.
It's crazy that this is favorable
did-
Israel and then favorable Palestinian Authority. It's like, just say Palestinians.
I love this game. This game rocks, dude.
Palestinian
It
Authority
rocks my
is a very
socks.
unpopular figure. Is a very unpopular organization. White House is intensifying calls for ceasefire in Israel-Hamas war.
Base hull strength has gone down?
Prime Minister
No.
Benjamin Netanyahu. Weijia Jiang is following this at the White House. Weijia, good morning. Very controversial meeting back in Israel.
Nancy, good morning to you and good morning to everybody. It sure was, but it was a very important one for this administration. Vice President Kamala Harris hosted a
We'll
member
reinforce the
of
fuck out of
Israel's
it,
war
dude.
cabinet who also met with National
Let's go.
Security Advisor Jake Sullivan and Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell yesterday. His name is Benny Gantz. Harris and Gantz spoke about the urgency of negotiating a deal to rescue more.
Bro, fake friends, dude. Dude, this is not the Brandon White House that bear hugged Benjamin Netanyahu. Wow, dude, you're gonna fucking bring in Benny Gantz? That's fucked up, dude. Wow, they're switching their flavoring.
Okay.
They're switching their flavoring of genocidaires here. Really big tonal shift here from the White House.
More than 100 hostages who are believed to be in captivity.
Bro, look,
As
we've got
part
our
of
own
an
aquarium,
agreement, the
dude.
Vice President stressed the need for a
It's not enough.
temporary ceasefire to allow hostages to be released and for more humanitarian aid to flow into Gaza. Just one day earlier, she delivered a passionate plea for a 6-week pause in the violence. The
Passionate
White House
plea.
says Gantz requested the visit, which Prime Minister Netanyahu fiercely opposed.
Isn't that funny? She's like, a passionate plea for the genocide to be put on hold. for 6 weeks. Like, that's what it is. A temporary hold on the genocide. Please. I'm passionately saying, can you please hold back on the genocide for 6 weeks? Like, what do you got? You got, like, TV shows to catch up on? The fuck do you mean 6 week pause on genocide?
Yeah, 6 weeks, dude.
The fact that it happened anyway shows crap.
No, ultimately, the reason why they say 6 week hold is because they believe, and there is probably some truth to this, that if there's a 6 week ceasefire, it'll be much harder for Benjamin Netanyahu to recover from that.
Sorry, Hassan, you
to
gotta
go
shut
back
up
into
now.
pummeling.
Now I need to know how to get the fucking babies, the little pets in Subnautica Below Zero. Okay. How to get pets Subnautica Below Zero. Okay. Every trivial egg. Okay.
If you're getting close to finishing out the game of Subnautica Below Zero, you might be wondering if there's anything special in the game that is rare and unique. In Subnautica, we had the cuttlefish, and you had a set of eggs you had to find at different locations around the world in order to hatch the cuttlefish and have a pet. Well, in Below Zero, instead of the cuttlefish, we have the trivalves, and we actually have the yellow and blue trivalves, so there's two different ones. Just like the cuttlefish, you have to find these from very specific and rare eggs. There is a total of 6 trivalve eggs in the game, with it being 2 yellow and 4 blue. Don't ask me why it's that ratio, that's just how it is. Now, before I show you the locations for these, let me go ahead and get this out of the way that if I mention a location as a starting point or as a reference point for finding one of these and you don't know where that location is, well, then you've got other things you need to worry about in the game before you bother with just trying to find a pet. But if you do need help finding one of these locations, I will have relevant links to other videos of mine in the description and cards. Now, with that out of the way, let's go and find the yellow trivalves, since they are going to be the first ones you probably find.
Can we please get 100 likes in this video, chat?
We're going to start over here by Omega Lab in the lily pads.
Okay,
because
God,
we need
okay.
to drop down into the deep lily pads, just like if we're going to find the architect cache in that area. Now, once you come into the middle area of the deep lily pad caves, you want to head towards the east-southeast direction.
Fuck. No, okay, this is too confusing.
What
I'm
you're
not going
looking
this
for
way.
is this pathway here. And you see, we're going to come up here to these 2 large shrooms, and below, we're going to turn around and go back towards the middle on the lower section. And we're going to find this specific plant right here.
Oh, there's one right there.
Jump out and into the water, and you will find 2 little creature eggs. Now, you can also use the mineral detector, despite the fact that these are not minerals, by using it to select the creature egg option. Again, there's only 2 yellow trivalve eggs, and they're both right here. So once you have them,
I want to get
you're
a
free to
blue one,
head back
dude.
up. So now let's look at where to find the blue trivalve, starting with the first pair of eggs, which will be in the West Arctic. Now, the West Arctic is exactly what it sounds like. It's the westward part of the map, and you can just go west from Delta Island to get there, as long as you go towards the icebergs and not...
Okay. Hold on. I need to look at the fucking map, dude. Northwest, so here. Back where the ice swim is, dude. Okay, alright. I thought it was done. Okay, let's see.
Towards Phi Robotics Dock.
Hi,
However, we're looking for a
Nandro.
very specific iceberg, which has the eggs. To make it easier...
Bro, I was like, chat, 1 sub, and I'll spend an extra hour finding these eggs, and then they gift a sub. So now I'm fine. I have to find these eggs. They need to see how cute they are.
I have fog turned off, and I am here standing on a small iceberg. Right there in the middle, you'll see some of the Altera crates, and down through that area is the trench leading into Kappa mining site.
Oh, okay.
From here, we're going to head towards this large iceberg with the plant.
Let's just get there quickly. First of all, we need to do a change of clothing. Let's just go there quickly. Okay, we're gonna get these fucking eggs, dude. Have you played this game, Nandre? Have you played Subnautica? Booty is so good, what the fuck? Are you watching my VOD now? Jason? Are you watching my VOD? And going through, like, all the Louisiana food that I dunked on? Well, look, that's your fucking problem, okay? If you're offended, that's your problem. Oh, it's only audio and you just told me what you think that. Hateful. But I'm not from Louisiana, and I find it funny that you take these things personally. So let me just dunk on you for the fucking memes. Yeah, it looked gross as fuck, dude. People were like, it's a rice sausage. I was like, a rice sausage? How about a no sausage? How about a yeet that shit, dude? Evil. Evil beauty is good. Bro, take your fucking French ass shit and, you know, go, you know, get some fucking socialized healthcare at the point of entry, okay? Motherfucker. Right before you dunk on it? I'm just dunking on it because it annoys fucking Jason. I thought we had established this by now. That I have to have a contentious relationship with where the fuck is it, dude? Oh, there we go. With Jason for the memes. I'm a meanie bobini. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm mean. Get some 24-hour electricity. Yeah, dude, I fucking spend fuckloads of money so I could get some 24-hour electricity. How about that, dude? Fancy that. Oh, I don't want to do that. But we wanted to do this, though. Fancy that. Okay, let's go to the copper mining site. Whee! Space mining, chat. Okay.
You are a class traitor.
No, you, dude. Okay, we're almost there. I swear, like, whenever anybody raids me and I'm playing this game, I feel like I just give the worst. It's happened so many times now. When somebody raids me when I play this game, and I'm like, oh, what the fuck are you going on about, dude? Did we just go over it? Oh, it's a deeper trench than that, isn't it? Wee, is this it? No. Are you gonna fuck with me, homie? Loud boy? Oh, here it is. Okay, there we go. We'll get on here. You get fucked, bitch. Wait, there are icebergs here? Oh, there are? I have to wait for the sun to come up. This is so confusing. Bro, chill, dude. Yeah, let's watch the rest of this video. Oh, sorry, you can't see a lot of shit.
Sticking out on top.
Wait, go back.
For now, we're just... There in the middle, you'll see some of the Altera crates, and down through that area is the trench leading into copper mining site.
No, go back. Go back.
Firebot. It's the westward part of the map, and you can just go
Okay.
west from Delta Island to get there, as long as you go towards the icebergs and not towards Firerobotics dock. However, we're looking for a very specific iceberg, which has the eggs. To make it easier, I have fog turned off, and I am here standing on a small iceberg. Right there in the middle, you'll see some of the Altera crates, and down through that area is the trench leading into copper mining site.
I have to wait. Okay, we have to wait till for the sun to come up, dude. My robotics is over there. I feel like I'm very like not like lost. Okay. Now I'm even more confused as to where everything is. Okay, hold on. Let's see if we can find like the copper mining site shit. Whee! Is this down here? Yeah, it's here, right? Okay, you're gonna get fucked, homie. Ah, okay, I see. There's some crates for the copper mining side. Bro, this is the hardest job. Not even gonna lie, dude. This is like straight up the hardest job. Is there an iceberg here? Oh, look! Oh my god, we found it, chat! We found it! Well, I found it. You bitches did nothing. Okay. Shut the fuck up. Oh, okay, look. We helped? You bitches did nothing. Okay. Well. How do we get up there? Bro, I really am a fucking polar bear now, aren't I? Okay, the sun's coming up. Sick. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Bro, the best thing about this game is they could literally just fucking say, no, this is the day-night cycle of this game. Like, you just don't know, dude. Okay. So we see that.
From here, we're going to head towards this large iceberg with the plant sticking out on top.
Get in the water.
For now, we're just going to go past that iceberg and the one adjacent to it towards this one where you see there is an opening. There is one here as well as another one right over there. Both cave entrances are elevated above the water, making it a little bit more of a challenge to get inside this iceberg. Now, one method to get into the cave is to go up onto the iceberg I mentioned to begin with and use the snow fox to try and jump the gap. Another option is to try and use the air bladder to launch yourself out of the water and jump into the cave as you come to the surface.
I don't have either of those things, chat. Fuck.
While I'm not a fan of the air bladder, honestly, that's probably the easier option on how to get these.
I'm gonna have to go back.
Once
Okay,
you're in the cave,
chat. If we get a single gifted sub, I'll go back to make the air bladder.
just head around the bend, looking around till you find the middle section, and you're gonna find the creature egg there and there, close to the other entrance. So
Thank you for the gift of sub. Oh my god! Okay. Okay. Okay, let's do it, dude. I wish, and you know what the worst thing is? I don't. Okay, let's see. I don't even have a fucking marker to mark where this is, and that sucks. Well, now I need to go make an air bladder. I'll put Hazoon up.
Jinxie is smarter
We're
than
finishing
Sneeko?
this
Yes.
game.
A doorknob is smarter than Sneeko. That's not saying much. But yes, he is objectively smarter than him.
They said it was for ban evasion. Like, at least be honest. They just tell me, okay, we can't make money off you. Don't say that it's for suspension evasion. When I went on Twitch right after I got banned on YouTube and I was eating a salad with my mic off, and then they banned me.
He's literally doing sneaker reacts.
Okay. I mean, for suspension evasion. It's like, just be straight up.
Were you suspended on Twitch?
No, I started an account right after I got banned on YouTube, and they said suspension evasion. I wasn't even talking. They banned me.
So you got banned for ban evasion permanently.
Bro, he probably got, I didn't even know he was banned, but I suspect that the reason why he got banned is because he was like fucking literally violating terms of service on every fucking platform, like repeatedly.
Jinxie's not this stupid though.
Rape threats against YouTube content creators. I don't know, promoting Nazis, aligning with Nazis, having Nazis on his stream.
But he's gonna be like, no, they banned me because I'm a cuck, dude. Because I've got a cuck fetish.
It makes no sense. Of course you're gonna get fucking banned. Your entire brand is about saying like unhinged, oftentimes violent shit.
Oh, Warren beats are like nice. He wouldn't push back on anything. It is irresponsible of Jinxie Jinxie to do this. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean it's indefinite.
I'm not lying. Like I think like he should have like 100% not like kept this.
A Nazi.
Yeah, so I want to travel back.
Like a Nazi national anthem or some shit too. Like a trap remix. Like, come on, bro. You know what you're doing. That's like your brand. Your brand is to fucking consistently be a contrarian for brain broken teenagers who fucking think that like being a Nazi is the coolest thing you can be.
I don't think he knows, does he? He's not an idiot.
Their view is just defined by.
Don't think that these motherfuckers don't do research.
Is the restrictive
don't give them
terms
that
of
level
service,
of like credence. Okay, we make an air bladder.
I don't like liberals either, but that don't mean I'm gonna fucking adopt all of the positions that they're against across the board without ever putting any care or consideration into it.
Oh no. Okay, air bladder. I've never made one of these.
Check. Maybe I could. I know that. No,
I think I have to make like 5 because I'm probably gonna fail it the first time.
That's another thing I disagree with you on now that we're here.
Okay.
Because like it's hard to think of 20 things, but when we're talking, it's pretty easy.
Yeah.
You think everything is so filtered because people have an ideology and a vision and emotion and a movement?
Let's go, Jinxie.
I think they want to make money because money is how the world goes around. So they know they can't run ads on your stream because you're talking about all this shit. You're talking about politics. You're talking about epidemics.
Yeah, but the problem goes deeper than just the platforms. My beef is not even just with the platforms. It's the fact that you need to say those certain things in order to get advertisers money. Like, why do the advertisers only want to push a certain ideology? Why is that?
Great question. So imagine you're Gatorade, right? And you're saying, okay, let's throw
This is some actual sense, dude.
It's not just, I mean, Jinxie's right, but
it's not just that.
It's also,
yeah. But it's good for kids to hear this shit.
That he's advocating for do legitimately make
like I'm not talking about it's good in general, like advocate for capitalism, these corporations rock.
You know what I mean?
I'm saying like
for Jewish content creators, for
I'd rather like them hear this sort of level of analysis.
So it's not just that like
to justify shit rather than say, oh no, it's because like the fucking advertisers are Jewish.
Let fucking
which is what no, this is not Mark's posting. Exactly. The other thing would be like, oh no, it's because the advertisers are Jewish, which it would inevitably be what this leads to, you know?
Is completely held up by a crypto gambling casino and the revenue that it brings in. The other is under the banner of Amazon and is consistently trying to generate advertisement revenue. When you have no rules, it would look like Kick. Twitch would look like fucking Kick. That's it. Letting Sneakos run wild looks exactly in the same way that Kick looks like right now. Doesn't mean you can't talk about politics. There are people who talk about politics on this platform. It's just that the way that he covers shit and the things that he pushes, the things that he advocates for are wholeheartedly
pretty controversial. Yeah,
toxic
dude.
For brands, toxic for the people that are on the platform.
So
just
true.
Bad overall. I don't know.
Bro, I really watch way too much online.
These guys will be like, why can't I fucking be a Nazi publicly and like have people praise me? Like, it must be the wokes that are fucking
Yeah, referring to it in that sort of way is
my
good.
agenda of
Just so that, you know, motherfuckers aren't like, don't be like
crazy.
weirdly Nazi and shit, you know?
Chatter said you're a Nazi. Yeah. Thanks, Chatter. Definitely.
If you are dying
Twitch app. We can throw it on. Oh, Queso. He's playing Fall Guys and laughing. Or Sneeko. He just said the vaccine causes cancer. Or you didn't say that, but
see, but there's the thing. The vaccine is hurting people. That's what I said.
The vaccine is hurting people?
Sneeko's trying to like warn you that you might get myocarditis. Or let's go to a hot tub streamer who's shaking her tits upside down, like but there's little black bars covering her giant fake boob titty nipple.
But Sneeko,
yeah, nobody fucking dies from seeing a titty, dumbass.
Jinxie is pushing back on this.
Denialism
this
does
is fucking
genuinely
sick.
cause harm in the public. So there you go.
This is sick, dude.
Like, what is this fucking
Bro,
false equivalence
literally pushing back.
Damn, bro, people saw fucking
Bro, this is the most pushback like Sneeko has seen since like, you know.
Are you a doctor?
He pushed that chair back when he was being cocked. Sorry, I have to stop with the cock jokes.
Bro,
I'm not king shaming.
I can't believe that the Rainbow Six streamer, famous for fucking screaming at the camera in his
I need to say this.
Absolutely demolishing
I'm posting
him.
in Hassan's chat if you guys want to see
he
what I
has
have to
one
say.
question. He says, Sneeko, are you a doctor? He's already fucking ruined.
It has to do with everything.
But you know what's crazy? On Twitch, you can say all those creators, Pokemon, Hassan, all these people, they'll tell you, get the vaccine. And that doesn't get you banned. Like that.
Yeah, no shit. Because we're listening to the doctors. Oh my God. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God. I have never once presented myself as someone who is like knowledgeable on medicine, which is precisely the reason why I sit my fucking ass down and I listen to the actual medical professionals.
Is the most gay sounding game ever.
Fucking random chiropractor.
And you get that for free, okay? You don't have to give sub for that take.
Okay.
It is gay as fuck.
God damn.
Us cocks have feelings too. Yeah, I said we don't kink shame.
Level of contrarianism, and it is unironically mental illness.
The medical thing is a like that's a bad argument because there's only one position that you're supposed to have. If you're not a doctor, you can say everybody get the vaccine, and they'll have vaccine ads. Some of the advertisers are Pfizer. You'll be watching like Jinxie drooling, and then you see like a fucking Moderna ad pop up, and there's like Michael Phelps that has a Band-Aid, and he's like, "Good job, Band-Aid. Whoa, got vaccine." Like,
I mean, are they really?
There's one ideology you need to push.
Is Jinxie just laughing? That's sick.
Presenting getting vaccinated as an ideology still in 2024.
No, I don't want to turn on the fucking sticky keys.
We are getting
Windows. No one ever has wanted to turn on sticky keys ever.
As a society, oh my fucking
Let
lord.
me click shift and peace, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, pushing polio vaccine ideology. It's the woke ideology, dude.
A lot of them weren't. A lot of them were just getting paid to. The vocal ones, yeah, because the vocal doctor.
Damn, even his producers are stepping in to be like, dude, shut the fuck up.
There's that were anti-vaccine. What happened? They got packed up.
No shot this was monetized. And it definitely wasn't Jinxie.
Allowing morons to live? Yeah, literally.
Jinxie's
this is
like
one of the worst consequences.
not
like,
really unmonetizable at this point.
Eugenics Andes, but goddamn, dude, modern medicine has gone too far.
I mean, he had fucking Charlie on, dude.
Some of these dumb motherfuckers should have just nature would have taken care of them.
So yeah. So I was gonna say that when you were like done with whatever that was.
Yeah.
So basically, yeah. So Sneeko, you're not a doctor. You're not. You're a YouTuber.
Fucking tell him, dude.
Okay. You're a Rumble streamer.
I'm a Rumbler. Stop calling me a YouTuber.
Okay. You're not a doctor. But you're talking. You're shitting on Hassan and Pokey, which. Cool. Shit on whoever you want.
I'm not shitting on them. They're sure they're great.
Dude, come on, bro. You've been
shit on whoever you want to shit on, dude.
But my point is, but you didn't get the vaccine, bro.
The fuck? Why did they say fuck me for, bro? What? The hell?
Okay, it's in
so,
here,
yeah,
right?
Go on, shit on him. No.
Yeah. Okay.
Look, I don't give a
How
fuck
the
what
fuck do you
Sneeko
use
says.
the air
I think
bladder?
He's doing a shockingly good job that I did not expect of him.
Yeah, I honestly like.
Conversation.
He's being pretty based, dude.
I legitimately did not think that this would go the way that it did. It is. He understands business. Sorry, bud. Fuck Hassan sells tickets. Yeah, I don't. Brother, listen. I don't even expect my friends to fucking publicly defend me. Shit gets real toxic for them no matter what.
Dude, and that's my personal.
I'm gonna lose my mind.
But if people get the vaccine, that's great. Do you have a problem with that?
I do have a problem.
Dude,
I have a problem.
You have a problem with people doing what they want to do to their body.
They don't even want to do it. A lot of them didn't want to. Most of the people, and they're watching this right now, they regret taking it because they were forced to. They said you're gonna get kicked out of school. You can't come to work unless you get this. They regretted it. And they hated it.
No one has
got
ever
injected
regretted taking the vaccine.
Non-consensual, consensual injection.
Consensual.
Back to like base.
Yeah.
What I was saying and what he was saying. Yeah. We're not saying we agree or disagree. We're saying Hassan and Pokey were taking the stance of doctors, right? That you're not, right? That's what we were saying. They're taking the stance of science, study,
iceberg, dude.
Okay. All right, we're going in circles.
Yeah.
What the fuck? How are you supposed to make this work?
Yo, dude. God damn.
How
maybe
the
kids
fuck are you
aren't
supposed to
fucking
make
cooked.
this work?
Oh, Jesus Christ. This is making me so happy. Holy shit. When I saw that he interviewed him, I was like, oh my fucking lord, this is gonna be.
No, this is really good. I was worried. No,
DZ turned out the stutter and locked in. Yes, dude. What the fuck?
No, don't tell me you weren't also worried, Jason.
Don't go to the comments. Oh my god.
Fuck, I hate this game.
The episode is conflicting. I can see both sides because I'm very open-minded. They both clearly have very different beliefs with them class. However, Jinxie does seem a bit hostile, which is a side I'm not fond of. Sneeko seems pretty chill. God. Oh my god. Oh no. I don't want to even see that shit. You said don't go to the comments.
Okay, how do we do this?
To the fucking comments when you say that. You know that, right? Like, I can't stop myself. I have to go to the fucking comments when you say stuff like that. I'm gonna go. And what I'm gonna see there is making me sad.
Yeah. Agree to disagree, yeah?
Yeah.
Agree to disagree. Okay. So Sean Strickland beat the fuck out of you.
I'm still standing.
Hey, first off, I actually respect you for even getting in the fucking.
Yeah.
I would never do that.
What do you think would have happened if you went in there?
I'd cease to exist. I wouldn't be in this chair right now. I'd die. So good shit, bro.
Yeah,
can you walk me through that? What were your thoughts on that? How did you feel before? How do you feel after?
I'm going to lose my mind. I'm not even kidding.
Anyway, the rest of it is, I assume, other stuff. I guarantee I could spend 20 minutes with any of those commenters and convince them to eat fresh, steamy dog shit. It's crazy. Those
How? How do you make this work, dude? Like, the only point is it's supposed to take you to the surface. Or did they patch it or something?
Yeah.
Can we try one more time?
They're not very intelligent people.
We go all the way down.
That much is clear.
Like, literally all the way down here.
Like, you gotta be dumber than Sneeko to look up the Sneeko. And I don't even know how, like, I don't know how deep that well goes. You know what I mean? The well of stupidity. The dude said doctors are being fucking paid to promote the vaccine. Like,
fucking hate
doctors in the pocket of big insulin. Okay.
What the fuck, dude?
Now returning
Nice
to your
fuck
regularly
you.
scheduled presidential election year programming.
Fox News Alert: America's border crisis boiling over. Chaos at the border.
The never-ending surge of migrants crashing across our southern border.
Okay.
Yes,
We're gonna
every
do
2 to
it,
4
dude.
years, we
We're
are
gonna do it,
reminded
dude.
that we have a southern border, and it is porous.
There's a migrant crime spree killing Americans, and the president's an accessory to murder.
We are being overwhelmed. There is no word to describe this except
I hate
invasion.
this game,
Illegal
dude.
invaders invading America, pouring over our border by the millions.
Criminals, rapists, murderers, child predators,
Iceberg,
and God knows who
see?
else.
Stupid fucking game, dude.
God knows who else. I mean, statistically, a couple of them at least have to be podcasters. I mean,
I did it. Oh my God.
Murderers. But point taken.
Let's go, dude. First try.
I think my pants just shit their pants.
He was right. Yeah, right?
And if you're thinking that these are just some Central American no-goodniks, think again.
The countries we know they're coming from. Iran, #1 state sponsor of terror. Their
Forgot
satellite
it.
country, Syria. Egypt, home of the Muslim Brotherhood. Afghanistan, home of
We just
Al-Qaeda.
need one. We don't need
10,000
two.
plus from Russia.
Record numbers of Chinese men of military age who have come across our border.
The number of military-age
Oh,
men that are
military
showing
age,
up
dude.
with military haircuts, clearly in shape.
Bro,
So these
what's a
guys are showing up
military
with
haircut?
six-packs and military boots.
They're clearly.
Okay, I'll be back in a second, everyone.
I mean, tight asses. I mean, there's not an ounce of fat on these motherfuckers. I am so hard right. I want to go down to that goddamn border and I want to get ass deep on these immigrants. I want to suck and until.
Okay, this is literally all right. I'm gonna say it. This is a little bit too in the pocket. Okay, this is a little bit too. This is my bit. Okay, I'm sorry, you're fucking taking my bit verbatim. What the fuck, bro? He copied my flow, bar for bar. That's crazy. Come on the show, Jon Stewart, please, or whoever the writer is that gave him the bit, because, you know, I don't really care about that part.
I want to cash me outside. How about that? That's what I'm saying. Wow. So we got. I don't give a shit. Crowd loves my dirty Phil impression. We got criminals. We got terrorists. Is there anyone else down there we should be worried about?
Anybody ever hear of Hannibal Lecter? He was a nice fellow, but that's what's coming into our country right now.
Wouldn't cannibals amongst them be the solution to the problem?
What?
Or are they fasting until they get to America? Well, it's clear hyperbole, but there does seem to be bipartisan agreement now that the border is a problem. There were 300,000 crossings in December alone. That's an all-time high, and that is not sustainable. But Republicans turned down the chance to pass a strong border bill supported by the Border Patrol Union.
Oh, the lips, they're coming out, dude, the lips. Yo, Waldo, thank you for the rage.
I call it migrant crime. I really call this Biden migrant crime, but it's too long. So let's just call it migrant crime, and everyone's going to know it's because of Biden. We will call it from now on Biden migrant crime, okay? It's migrant crime. This is, we'll call it, I got it, migrant. Let's call it migrant.
He's so back. Migrant.
Oh, that's good. That's smart.
Bro, the
Migrant
Ozempic
crime.
is going straight to his, like, it's leaving out his brain now. They've figured it out, the dosage. Bro, he's got bangers.
I'm not completely sold on migrant. It really just sounds like a migrant who's open to crossing either border.
Migrant crime is banger, sorry.
Migrant. Look, there are some undocumented migrants who are committing crimes, some of them horrific. But isn't that true for every demographic, including natives? I feel pretty confident there's still a lot of opportunity out there for our American homegrown criminals. But if it's enough of an issue that on Thursday we had ourselves a good old-fashioned border off as both men saddled up and headed to the southern border. Trump headed to Eagle Pass and Biden headed to Brownsville. It was bitch-ass Cassidy versus the sundown kid. And Biden was fired up.
We're the United States of America.
Nailed it. She knew exactly where we
Lily.
are.
I know. People are people are people are people. You get good people, you get bad people. You get nice people, you get empathetic people. But that doesn't factor into where they live and who they are.
I mean, this is good. Like, he's nailing Biden on the age thing, but he's not hitting him on, like, the right-wing framing on the issue. I hope he does get there, because that's old school. That's old school Jon Stewart. Like, come on. Democratic incompetence, adopting right-wing framing on an issue. That's like my expectation. He lightly alludes to the fact that immigration is a made-up phenomena, a made-up problem, and then quickly goes back on that framing by saying 300,000 border crossings unsustainable. In the most charitable ways, I tried to, in the most charitable assessment, I wanted him to at least say, like, it's unsustainable because of the way that we are processing migrants, which is to say we're not processing them adequately. You know what I mean? But he's not even saying that. He briefly alluded to the fact that immigrants are, you know, doing crime, but so is everybody else, without talking about the actual fucking data showing that undocumented migrants are doing less crime.
What's funny is, like, now, please don't, like, by people in the chat, do not hang me out to dry for this take, okay? Because I'm only making this for, like, in jest and humor, but I can analysis, not justification, see why the queer community literally is like fuck bi people in certain circumstances, because it's the same reason why everyone hates centrists, right? Like, the right hates centrists because they don't, like, you know, they haven't fully converted the centrists to fascism. The left hates centrists because they're fascist. So I guess like, if you follow along with that logic, I can see why, for a ridiculous reason, the queer community, like, hates bi people. And I know it's not true, and that was just a joke. That was all a bit. None of it. I'm not, like, endorsing anything. I thought it was funny. Anyway. Who let her cook? No, I shouldn't have let it cook, dude. Anyway. Clipped and sent to LSF? Yeah. LSF's gonna be super, like, bi-friendly. Go off, dude.
But let me tell you something. Trump. I don't know why I got serious there. You can't scare the Democrats, because the one thing that the Democrats have.
Oh, I
principles.
see, Lily. Oh, I see. No. I've seen different bi discourse.
To our country's cherished
the bi
ideals.
discourse I've seen is like
the eternal promise.
Just pick a side, bro.
At the feet of Lady Liberty.
Let's go.
That speaks to our better angels.
The only way we're going to have a great future in America is if we welcome and embrace immigrants.
These
people are folks who...
No, that's actually what I was going for, cheeky goose. It's a bit. Cut a bi and a hetero, please. Oh, okay, I'm getting way too into I'm getting. Bi is like men or women, but I guess if by that definition people you could extrapolate it to like sort of see bi people as being transphobic. Pan is like, you don't really care what gender or who it is that you are interested in, you're just basically interested in them because you're interested in them. It's like non-gender specific, it's personality specific. That's how I understand pan. Okay. But that would be like some bi people, I guess. Because the thing is, like, you can get fucking reactionary gays and bi people, dude. So I can understand why Lily is like, the discourse comes from that. But yeah. I made it, dude.
Really, not with Eric Adams, but with Joe Biden, talking about fucking how at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, and then claiming
Fuck
that there isn't
you,
one.
dude. I turned off your stream just to hear this.
3 years later. And obviously there is a 3-minute ad break at the top
Oh,
of the
the
hour,
diamonds
no
and
matter what
shit in
you
these
say,
notes.
unless you subscribe, in which case you won't see a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. You won't see one at all. That's right.
These are treasure notes, dude.
It's been a while since I pulled a fast one on you motherfuckers, honestly. So
No, you did it
here's the 3-minute
yesterday.
ad break now. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky.
He's like, it's been a while. I'm like, no, you did it yesterday, Hassan. What the fuck are you talking about?
Why do you torture us like
Motherfucker.
this? An unending nightmare I can never wake up from. 1010. Biden did a literal 180 on immigration since last election? Yes, literally.
What about the yearnings?
Okay, you guys
and
ready to hatch these
and
eggs,
the
dude?
tiredness? And the tiredness of those who are doing the yearning.
110,000 migrants. We have to feed, clothe, house, educate the children, wash their laundry sheets. This issue will destroy New York City. Destroy New York City.
I mean, they're supposed to be doing our sheets. What's going on around here? What kind of topsy-turvy world are we living in over here? Yes.
Eric Adams sucks so much dick and ass, and I don't mean because he's like poly and possibly into that sort of thing. I mean just like he just sucks. He's so bad, even though he is poly, which is kind of cool. And the only thing that's cool about him, little lesser known fact, Eric Adams is poly.
Let me speak my truth.
Turns out in the age-old battle between
We won't let
values
you
and
cook, dude.
fear, values never had a chance. It took 2 busloads of Venezuelans to go from this to this. So this is the terrible cycle America is caught in. Democrats, whose high-minded values and principles did not survive a contact high with reality, and Republicans, whose desire to solve the problem isn't nearly as strong as their desire to exploit it.
Wait, what? Contact high with reality? What the fuck is he saying? Does he think that like...
He's pro-border.
Hello?
He's pro-border control. It's pretty simple, really.
You think fucking 3 buses of Venezuelan migrants are actually going to turn around and like disrupt the New York economy? The only reason why it's disruptive is because 1, not enough fucking funding from the federal government, and 2, not enough prior knowledge that they're fucking being shipped out here. These are being like trafficked for political purposes. No, I think he did a very cowardly both-sidist end here. I don't think I misunderstood it. I think he means they ran on it, but in actuality are frauds. Then say it.
Okay.
But it's not 3. It's been going on for over a year. Don't fucking do this. Don't do this. New York State. Okay, New York State, not just the city, but New York State especially, has enough fucking room for 10 more busloads of migrants. Okay?
More than enough
money,
room.
There's enough room.
Bro, America's fucked up so many countries that like at this point, I'm just like, how can people have this opinion?
Migrants is
it's insane
so
to me.
So wrong.
It's fucking
The problem
insane,
is,
dude.
we do not want to help them. I know we do. That's what angers me. They put out ads. They put out ads.
Now we just need to wait for them to grow, dude.
Yeah, what about the homeless vets, they say?
Okay,
I know this chatter is most likely joking. They're a 22-month subscriber. I highly doubt that they're coming in here with the most reactionary framing of all time, being like, what about the homeless vets? As though New York has ever given a shit about the homelessness problem. Before
No, 22 months
the
up. At this point, it could be true. I'm not even kidding. It literally could be true. It literally could be the case. Okay, I need the bathroom. I'll be
And
back
no
in a second.
one wins. Well, except this guy.
Clearly in shape. He said, you guys are showing up with 6-packs and military boots.
Learn more about it in his new special, Dr. Phil Straddles the Border.
Dr. Phil is like, fill me in. Fill me up, Buttercup. I see how handsome you are.
First things first, what are you doing to me?
Have you covered the Thai versus Filipino trans femme war? It's incredible. What? Thais and Filipinos are actually engaging in an LGBT war? I'm too busy to cover it. Come back to my account later. Wait, what? What do you mean? Why is there an LGBT war between Thai and Filipino on who's like gayer as a society? Is that what it is? Because I actually don't know. What are they doing? Like a dick sucking competition? Because I literally don't know who's gayer across the board. It's a tough call. I think it's a turf war. They're having a good old fashioned suck off. It's like the it's the femboys versus the trans femmes having a cigarette smoking competition. Okay, we'll get into this. Filipinos win the homosexual front and Thais win the trans territories. Yeah, like honestly, you cannot out queer Thailand, I don't think. As far as I understand, due to not being as impacted by direct colonialism, they were kind of left untouched by the puritanical values that were instilled upon other colonies. So they're gay as fuck. Like, and I mean gay as in like the catch-all term gay. I don't mean literally like just man on man action. I'm talking queer, right? No, not repressed gay. What? No. Repressed? We're talking Thailand. What do you mean repressed? No, the exact opposite. Thailand is what happens when you don't. Thailand is like living in fucking ancient Greece style lack of repression in terms of queerness and the expression of queerness. There ain't no repression. Thailand is gay expressed, not repressed. That's why I'm saying it's like, I don't know. I feel like in a suck off, like, I don't know if Thailand, I think Thailand clears, honestly. The Filipinos were bullying the Thai trans femmes, then beat some Thai trans femmes 8-2. Then like a boatload of Thai trans femmes gathered around the Filipino hotel with the cops waiting to beat them while they were being loaded to the police station. Lol. Wait, goddamn.
Let's have a look at the babies.
Please stop talking about things I really like.
Hi, little babies.
Okay. I went to Thailand and got turned away at the border because I wasn't queer enough.
Okay, we can get rid of all of this shit now.
Have you been to Thailand? I have not. Okay, we're gonna get back to that in a second. I want to watch this other Jon Stewart video on Jonathan Blitzer, U.S. immigration reform, and everyone who is gone is here.
I have a family, I have a life. This is a very long book.
You don't have to read the notes. The end notes.
Oh, I didn't have to read the whole.
No, that's fine.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
What an incredibly thorough documentation of the causes of the immigration crisis, the discussions that have been going on through multiple administrations. In your mind, what has us trapped in this sort of Sisyphusian nightmare?
Yeah. I mean, for years and years, we've watched kind of in this loop as politicians in Washington say we can't pass comprehensive immigration reform because of the situation at the border. And yet, the situation at the border is in a state of chaos because we have not passed comprehensive immigration reform. And as a result, the asylum...
I don't know anything about this dude's book, but if you want to learn about the real materialist roots as to why immigration is a permaflux situation in the United States of America, I will always recommend
where the fuck is the
Noam Chomsky's daughter, Aviva Chomsky. who wrote a phenomenal book called Undocumented: How Immigration Became Illegal. She also is the author of They Take Our Jobs and 20 Other Myths About Immigration. Undocumented: How Immigration Became Illegal is actually a phenomenal historical analysis, a historical materialist analysis on how American borders worked originally and how they changed in an effort to create a permanent underclass of undocumented migrants that were easy to exploit. This is the book that I quote whenever I talk about immigration. Whenever I talk about immigration in the United States of America, this is the formative work.
Nothing's showing up.
One of Noam Chomsky's many children. He fucked a lot. Aviva Chomsky. Recommended super hard. Where did illegality come from? Choosing to be undocumented, becoming illegal. What part of illegal do you understand? It basically goes into a lot of the historical significance and why
He used to read a lot more.
Became, like the classification of illegal or
he used to be a fucking nerdy and leftist dude.
And what the
Bro, he's got a degree in politics.
That book is terrible. It cites no sources when she
He's
speaks at the
honest.
top of the hour ad break. She sucks. I already served the top of the hour ad break. Suck my dick. Noam Chomsky only had 3 kids. Why did I think he had like 6? Okay, I was wrong. Well, he fucked a lot. 3's a good amount.
Asylum system at the southern border has borne the brunt of the otherwise failing system. And so we're stuck in this loop where lawmakers in Washington point to the border to justify their inaction, and the border is in the state of chaos that it is because of inaction in Washington.
Right. I almost never hear politicians talking about how many people can you absorb. I mean, when you tell me there's going to be 2 million people coming through the southern border and they are just
an artifact
being
around
kind
here
of
somewhere.
and released, that sounds utterly chaotic and a recipe for disaster. But how many people can this country absorb? What do we need for economic growth? What is a better system?
Don't make me turn into
Are you
fucking Matty
broken, dude?
Iglesias right now. 1 billion Americans. I'm talking bees, baby. Don't make me do the fucking Matty Iglesias thing. I won't stop.
I feel like we never talk about that. We just react to images
Most broken, unbroken game, dude. Super unbroken game.
We can't talk about one aspect of the immigration system without view of the other. And so, you know, if we're only ever talking about the southern border, we're missing the entire kind of picture that we need to better understand. But just as an example, you know, right now, and you don't have to take my word for it. I mean, the chairman. You should don't.
You're the only one.
Until you read the footnotes. You know, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, you know, economists across the country, everyone is pointing to the fact that, you know, immigrant labor has essentially kept this country's economy afloat following the COVID years. And so, you know, this is the engine of growth. The population is getting older. The workforce
that
is
immigrant
declining.
labor can be more easily exploited, is paid less, starts to depress wages for a lot of other people. Is that?
He's right. That's 100% true. Immigrant labor is kept the state that it's kept in the state that it's kept in, specifically so that there is a permanently refreshing cycle of some of the most desperate people that will be a willing participant of the perma underclass.
Okay, we found another site. Good.
Labor is absolutely leveraged against the existing documented labor force, and it is used in a way to depress wages. That is absolutely correct. Now, this is an argument that right-wingers don't make for some reason. If you're like really racist, if you were like unironically the most racist guy,
N6N.
you should be saying that. They just keep saying they took our jobs. It's like, no, they didn't take the jobs. You weren't going to do those jobs anyway. You want to enslave people to do those jobs. This is like one step above that enslavement. Okay?
Sorry, Hassan, I've got to finish this game today.
Still, it holds valuable information.
I found this already. Z13. I found them both. I'm done. What am I supposed to do then? Where's the hope documentation? I lose my mind. We found all of them. I mean, I know where to go. I just don't want to go there. I'll be honest with you. I feel like going there is scary as fuck. Okay, well, I guess we have to go do that then. Put his arm back on.
Simultaneously, give a little bit more money. Give a little bit more money to the processors, you know, to make sure that we have more judges that look through the cases. Little tit, little tat. The situation is fundamentally broken for the reasons that Jon Stewart correctly pointed out. As long as there is a two-tier structure, as long as there are severe restrictions coming into the United States of America, these people are always going to look for illegal means of coming into the United States of America. And as long as America exists in the way that it does, and the rest of the countries live in the rubble of American consequence, there's gonna be motherfuckers coming into the United States of America. Can't put an end to that. The only long-term solution to a flow of migrants is to ensure economic cooperation and sustainable growth in the global south. Allow them to thrive instead of doing unequal exchange in the way that we have post-World War II. Pre-World War II was more aggressive colonial occupation. Post-World War II, imperialism and economic imperialism in general, not just like direct boots on the boots on the ground military warfare, but instead economic imperialism and a permanent structure of unequal exchange where we take their natural resources, we take their labor, and we keep them poor. Nobody is going to fucking leave their country and their friends and their family behind unless they have to. No one's doing that shit if they don't have to. That's it.
Of human beings.
Correct.
And we don't have to restabilize areas we destabilized to really get a handle on it. It's about fixing the system of influx.
I mean, I think, you know...
Why do you go out of your way to interpret his shit takes meaningful analysis? Well, I don't give a shit what his ideological background is. I wouldn't say he's like far right or right wing or anything, like you said. But he's right. Immigration, undocumented migrants are utilized by capital owners in a way to depress wages. That's correct. I don't give a fuck who says it. You can have a right winger who says it too, and I will still agree with it because it's the factually accurate statement. It is objectively correct. That is why the classification of undocumented immigrant exists to begin with.
Overall, the only way to kind of deal with migration trends in the world is to understand the forces in a global context. And that means that the United States has to be more mindful of the consequences of its foreign policy. It has to work with partners in the region, you know, all very realistic things.
I'm sorry, I blacked out when you said something about mindful foreign policy, and
yeah, exactly.
I just started thinking about U2 in the sphere. I don't know what's going on now.
But I will say this, you know, one of the ways, you know, reforming the asylum system specifically is a complex task, and I do think some hard decisions have to be made about kind of reckoning with the population of people showing up to the southern border and kind of understanding what the limits are.
Yeah, you only say this when you're about to fucking, oh god, liberals love serving sloppy steak like this.
Meters.
You gotta reckon with a lot of tough choices here, and it's
Oh,
like,
I'm still wearing my other
tough for
thing.
who, bitch? Fuck you mean tough? No, when he says you got to reckon with some tough choices, he means like we got to severely limit our asylum structure. We got to reintegrate or reorient the asylum.
Okay, we'll come back.
structure that we
Let's go
have.
look
We
at
can't
them.
be getting everyone as a victim of rape into this country. You know what I'm saying? God, liberalism, man, fucking gross. Ew. Listen, Stalin got a lot of things wrong, but he got some very important things right. Okay? Ridding the world of the Nazi scourge, definitely a big W for him. Okay? And another thing that he was truly prescient on was when he said social democrats are the polite wing of fascism, that they were simply social fascists. Holy moly, dude.
Oh, we got a sleeper module. Sick.
It's crazy.
Oh,
Gotta
we
give
got
it
hot
to
one
him.
bit.
A lot of liberals do love hitting that fucking line. They love hitting that line, dude. They'll be like, listen, God, you're really twisting my arm here, but like, I gotta fucking kill some migrants.
Are of the asylum system as we know it. But before we get to a point of having to make these major sacrifices to
I don't think Jeremy Corbyn is a polite wing of fascism. Lamau.
Jeremy
Corbyn is a social democrat.
He's a fucking socialist, my motherfucker. Oh my god, he's more to the left than Bernie.
I think you're fantasizing about him being a social democrat. I gotta push back on you on this one, brother. Listen, stock Dems, I love you all, but did I accidentally fucking mob this guy? No, I didn't.
But you are
Stock
fucking
Dems?
insanely, like, you still believe capitalism is good. Let's put it that way.
A lot of you fucking run around and then end up fucking yourselves at the throne of capital.
Warning, passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Bernie Sanders is a fascist? What the fuck, man? Bernie Sanders also not a social democrat, but that's cool. Are there any non-nativist racist reasons to strawman your argument? Wouldn't everyone just move here, setting up the argument? No, no one would move here if they had comfort in their home.
Teleportation module? Sick.
Can you define social democrat? Is it just liberal to you?
Tether tool? There's more tools?
Stalin died on March 5th. Kaya was born on March 5th. Welcome back, Stalin.
Oh god, chat.
To a system that I think really should be a core part of American policy for ethical reasons and just for straight ahead policy reasons.
Branding, for God's sakes.
To say nothing else. There are things that could be done, basic things like sending more money to the government to hire more asylum officers, more immigration judges. These things sound boring, they sound wonky, and
okay.
Very specifically, Republicans in Congress are trying to block these very straight ahead.
Wait till the other side. He said tough choices. What are those tough choices, though? He must elaborate on what the tough choices we must make.
Basic measures from taking place, just basic funding measures, because they benefit from increased chaos at the southern border. Right. And so there are things that can be done that
so
would not,
until
they're
the
not a silver
election,
bullet.
there's no hope until after the election to even address any of it.
I mean, it's pretty overwhelming to see right now Republicans in Congress basically say we're not going to touch this. I mean, they've said it explicitly. This isn't my interpretation.
This is the greatest danger to America, maybe ever. And
Yeah. We know they're hypocritical. I hate this conversation. Oh my God, Republicans are so hypocritical. They don't give a shit about immigration. It's like, yes, use that as a reason to completely undermine this fucking falsehood that immigration is a massive problem. Except if you were to do that, then you would have to shit on the Democratic Party, who is now adopting that fucking ridiculous framing. Ugh.
Are you ready to see our new pet, Chad?
Infantile disorder. Anyway, for the sock thems in the chat getting mad at me, listen. Everything that I advocate for right now in the United States of America is basically social democracy, okay? Like actual, real, working social democracy. Because I do not foresee America jumping
that uses the genes and bodies of
and leaping in the direction of socialism anytime soon. So did Bernie Sanders, right? So did Jeremy Corbyn. Make no mistake, these are all people who are not social Democrats, but instead they're socialists. In the sense that they are not,
data point. Like you said, it's
in the sense that they are not personally,
there's a distinction.
They're not personally against, when push comes to shove, socialism happening.
Would humans consider me to be your pet?
No, I said pleasure, Alan.
The best socialists are pragmatists as well. Yes, I am absolutely a pragmatist.
I find that thoroughly disturbing.
The difference, however, is that a lot of social democrats end up inevitably wanting to defend capitalism, and therefore, as opportunists, they end up aligning with not actual leftist parties in the coalitions, but instead aligning with liberals, at least throughout history.
No, they won't follow me either.
Brother, shut the fuck up. You are not a pragmatist. You've literally said you can befriend a bear. Yes, because that is the truth. And nothing but the truth, so help me God. I'm sorry,
and this is the heartbreaking thing
I will not
about
stray away from that. I'm a pragmatist when it comes to politics.
This is why these are some of the best games of all time. They give you real choices. Once you finish the game, you can't come back to your save file. They're not trying to milk you for the fucking airtime. Yep. So you have to leave everything you've made. But why would you stay? You can't finish the game then. There's an idea of moving on, you know? Anyway.
Democratic effort. This is a bipartisan group in the Senate doing this.
Yeah.
Before the terms of the deal are even announced,
in
you have Mitch McConnell saying to his Senate members, listen, you know, the politics of this, I think the phrase he used as it was reported was the politics have changed. And the politics having changed were Trump came out against this negotiation. Wow. And so it was very clear, I mean, a very clear calculation was made that we benefit from this situation getting worse.
It's so tough because McConnell's usually so idealistic. It's just hard to see.
I was shocked.
It's shocking.
How can this conversation just end here? How can you not say that obviously, judging by the Republican inability or Republican interest in like solving this problem, we can very clearly assert that it's not a real problem at all, and therefore the Democrats should have never even suggested a Republican solution. They're framing it as bipartisan. It's not bipartisan. Ideal Demsoc-Commie relation is this. Here's one of Latin America's most influential and enduring politicians, a silver-tongued statesman Barack Obama once hailed as the most popular president on earth. But had it not been for a chiding from Fidel Castro nearly 4 decades ago, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva might well have abandoned what would prove one of the most storied political careers the region has ever known. He gave him a bollocking, Lula's biographer and friend Fernando Moraes said of the moment the Cuban revolutionary took the Brazilian Unionists to task for considering throwing in the towel after failing in his bid to become Sao Paulo's governor in 1982. Who described Lula? He is the biggest class conciliator ever. Listen, Lula, you don't have the right to abandon politics. You don't have a right to do this to the working class, Castro told the Brazilian during a trip to Havana, according to Moraes' best-selling biography. Get back into politics. Lula's chronicler believes it was a pivotal moment in his life of a 76-year-old subject who took his Cuban host's advice to heart. Lud had a message for you.
Prezzo is live? Yeah, raid Prezzo.
This goes to one Hassan Piker.
Oh, this goes to Hassan Piker.
Bro, what is my boy wearing with these shorts?
Yeah, raid Prezzo.
This goes to one Hassan Piker.
Oh, this goes to Hassan Piker.
Bro, this is a ridiculous. He has a ridiculous shot. That form is out of control. I mean, hey, look, if it goes in, it goes in. You know what I mean?
Did that go in? I think it did. Yeah, it did.
Bank's open. Bank's open.
Bank's open. What does that mean?
Bank shot.
Basketball, John. He was a basketball, John. John Stockton. All right.
Yeah, he didn't call it. Don't count. You're gonna take that? I mean, I would defeat him in the marketplace. It's just like he's literally afraid of seeing me in the courts.
Thing, geez, self-serving politics. That's not the guy I know. Everyone who is gone is here.
Blood easily outshoots you. Yeah, totally. Which is why he should face me. Anyway, we didn't even talk that much about Kirsten Sinema, but yeah, she's not running for re-election in Arizona because, and this is an Edinger Mantum joke, but she found out that she's taken away too many votes from the Republican Party. Here's some actual good news. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs plans to cancel $2 billion in medical debt for up to 1 million residents.
Are you guys doing a puzzle? Go for it.
This is the biggest medical debt cancellation proposal in the country. The governor plans to use $30 million in federal funds to buy and cancel the debt with RIP medical debt.
I take seriously my duty to protect vulnerable Arizonans from falling into medical debt and make healthcare more affordable. Today, I am so proud to announce that we are taking steps to retire medical debt for up to an estimated 1 million Arizonans. That's a fresh start, a new chapter, and a huge weight taken off the shoulders for every single one of them. This is an investment in our future and reflects my commitment to put the needs of working Arizonans first. Using up to $30 million in American Rescue Plan funds, we are working with partners at RIP Medical Debt to buy back up to approximately $2 billion worth of medical debt held by Arizonans. Hardworking, middle-class Arizonans.
1 million Arizonans hold $2 billion in medical debt? You're asking some really good questions, and the answer is yes. Yes, they do. Yes, this country is fucked. Yes, you're correct. And yes, the second question should be, wait a minute, did she say she's buying $2 billion in medical debt for $38 million? That's also correct. Ding, 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 ding. The third correct question to ask is, yes, you can do that in this country. So why haven't we fixed the system? Short-term profit seeking. All right, let's get to this fucking dumbass. A message for Arizona from Senator Kirsten Sinema.
In 2017, I warned we were approaching a crossroads. Our democracy was weakened by government dysfunction and the constant.
No, it was weakened by you, dude. Sorry, my electricity. We ran out of electricity.
Azan, it feels like 7 hours of politics. We're baking in a lot of fun stuff in between. That's number one. Number two, I'm also doing like, this is Super Tuesday, even though I haven't even fucking touched Super Tuesday shit, really.
Okay.
I promised I would do my best to fix it, to protect and defend our Constitution, to listen to others without judging, to focus on what
we had a lot of stuff to talk about today,
and to make Americans' lives better. Through listening, understanding, and compromise, we delivered tangible results that make America safer, stronger, and more prosperous. Yet, despite modernizing our infrastructure, ensuring clean water, delivering good jobs and safer communities, Americans still choose to retreat farther to their partisan corners. These solutions are considered failures, either because they're too much or not nearly enough. It's all or nothing. The outcome, less important than beating the other guy. The only political victories that matter these days are symbolic. Attacking your opponents on cable news or social media. Compromise is a dirty word. We've arrived at that crossroad, and we chose anger and division. I believe in my approach, but it's not what America wants right now. I love Arizona, and I am so proud of what we've delivered. Because I choose civility, understanding, listening, working together to get stuff done, I believe.
Choosing civility?
Yeah, dude.
She's a pragmatist just like you, dude. Why are you shitting on her? I think Ibn Saddam is my least favorite chatter. It used to be Hidejo Offliner, and now it's Ibn Saddam. Like 100%. Not even top 100 worst. I think he is in the top 10. I hate myself. Shut the fuck up, bitch. I'm messing around, okay? Don't fucking pull the sympathy card. You are such a fucking troll consistently. Look at this loser and those wrinkles. She got like 3 foreheads or some shit with such a small head. Me? Fucking shut her wrinkly ass up. Oh, you're talking about Kirsten?
No, dude.
Hidejo Offliner. It's Hijo Day Offliner. Yeah, I just.
God, I think I need to go to bed.
What have I not said about Kirsten?
I thought I'd be able to finish it, but like, I literally have to just do one more thing, and I'm too tired now.
I've said so much
I'll
about her.
I'll finish it tomorrow.
It's just, she's awful. And she's dumb. She's dumb as fuck. She just dropped her goddamn meal
like
ticket.
It's 3:30. I feel bad because I asked people to get subs, but it was 2 subs. It's fine.
For a one-off bag.
I hope you guys aren't gonna cancel me.
I will never forgive her. Like, I'm not even a fucking Brandon Dick rider.
Understandable. Okay. I'm gonna go to bed.
I'm mad for him.
I scammed you, yeah.
For the Democratic Party. Like, it is so annoying that these fucking losers that I end up voting for
I'm gonna go to bed.
Are such pathetic, sniveling little cowardly fucking losers. They're so petulant. I am so mad at Kirsten Cinema for the Brandon regime. Like I'm a loyal fedayeen of the Brandon regime. I'm that mad at her.
See, Pom.
I'm mad at Joe Manchin too, but I'm way more mad.